Check.
Check.
Check. Check.
Check, check, check. Check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check.
photograph. Good morning. On behalf of the management of Delhi Public Schools and Pallavi Group of Schools, I accord a warm welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries, erudite scholars, management members, principals, delegates, parents, teachers, and students to this one of its kind educational conclave. The two-day international conference, Education Policy of National Education Policy 2020, Vision to Action, with policy framework experts and experts from countries like US, Harvard, Finland, Australia, is being held on the 15th and 16th of April in this beautiful city of Hyderabad. All good things begin by invoking the blessings of Lord Almighty. May I now request all the dignitaries to join us for the auspicious lighting of the lamp that will lead us all to wisdom and knowledge, accompanied by a beautiful prayer song by the talented choir group students of Delhi Public School, Nacharam.
Hello. Sa 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 ni ni pa pa ga ga re re sa sa ni pa pa ga ga re sa re ga pa ni sa ga re sa ga pa ni sa sa ga pa ni sa sa ga pa ni sa sa jai ma saraswati bhavani जय मां सरस्वती भवानी जय मां सरस्वती भवानी दयानी दुख हारिणी दयानी दुख हारिणी पाप विनाशिनी बुद्धि वरदायिनी जय मां सरस्वती भवानी जय मां सरस्वती भवानी तिम तनननन दे रे ना तुम तनननन दे रे ना तनननन दे रे ना तुम तनननन दे रे ना ताधीम ता दे रे ना नाधीम ता दे रे ना ताधीम ता दे रे ना नाधीम ता दे रे ना देरे ना दोम दीम तना देरे ना दोम दीम तना देरे ना श्वेत हार गलमाल बिराजे श्वेत हार गलमाल बिराजे करवीना ध्वनि मधुर सुनावे सुनावे हस्त दया भक्त पर राखे हस्त दया भक्त पर राखे सुर की तुम हो रानी जय मां सरस्वती भवानी जय मां सरस्वती भवानी दयानी दुख हारिणी दयानी दुख हारिणी पाप विनाशिनी बुद्धि वरदायिनी जय मां सरस्वती भवानी जय मां सरस्वती भवानी sa sa ga ga pa pa ni sa sa ga ga pa pa ni sa sa ga ga pa pa ni sa sa
God, that is really melodious and such a special start to this wonderful event.
These lovely children from Pallavi Model School, Boinpalli, who are here to depict a musical rhapsody depicting all these salient features of the National Education Policy 2020. It's been composed and rendered by these extremely talented children. Put our hands together to welcome them.
नीति को अपनाए। पुनः विश्व गुरु
संस्कृति को दोहराए, पुनः विश्व गुरु संस्कृति को दोहराए, विश्व पटल पर अपना परचम लहराए, लहराए, विश्व पटल पर अपना परचम लहराए, लहराए, शिक्षा दीप जलाएंगे, भारत को जगाएंगे, मिलकर लाएंगे सवेरा, नए सूरज उगाएंगे, नई शिक्षा नीति सहारे देश को शिक्षित बनाएंगे, देश को शिक्षित बनाएंगे, देश को शिक्षित बनाएंगे।
Well, that was a wonderful composition by these talented young children, and it so beautifully encapsulates the components of NEP. Well done, children. Coming up next is a visual treat. Dance, they say, is poetry in motion. And the students of Pallavi Model School, Alwal, and Pallavi International School, Gandipet, are here to showcase just that. Presenting before you Ananda Perini, a beautiful dance ballet by these extremely talented children. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. Wow, wasn't it a spellbinding performance by these beautiful dancers from our schools? I think it was a beautiful confluence of culture that we got to see here. Thank you so much. On this occasion of this wonderful conference, we are honored to announce the publishing of a book on salient features of NAP, Genesis of NAP, authored by Mr. Sushil and Mr. Yashashvi. May I now invite Honorable Mrs. Namita Pradhan ma'am and all the dignitaries, Chairman sir, Director T. Sudha ma'am, Sunita Rao ma'am, onto the dais for the unveiling of this special book. May I also request Shri Rajamogli sir to please come up on the stage and after unveiling of the book to give his reflections on the book in a minute. Thank you, sir. Yashashvi, may we have you here onto the stage. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for this lovely unveiling of the book that is driving the education system in our country right now and is going to take us places. Genesis of National Education Policy, authored by Mr. Sushil sir and Mr. Yashashvi sir. Thank you so much. Let us put our hands together for this very, very special unveiling of a very special book. Thank you so much. May I now take the honor and privilege? Sir.
Good morning. When I say good morning, no voice. You are getting into a very pious and important conference. You should be more enthusiastic, you know. Good morning. Now, of course, to some extent I am able to hear. So the point is today, the young team consisting of Mr. Yashasvi and Mr. Sushil have brought out this booklet containing the NEP, National Education Policy, extract from the ministry, plus the salient features of NEP. Just now the students were exhibiting the salient features. Really, the same thing is contained here in a simple words. At the outset, I congratulate the visionary chairman for visualizing the concept and organizing this particular the convention or conference at this juncture, probably the first one in Hyderabad. I really congratulate the visionary chairman, and really having all credit goes to him in such things, taking the things first. You know, really it's a great thing. And definitely after completion of this conference, there will be a lot of value addition, and you people will be getting a lot of value addition, a lot of inputs into the thing. The very purpose of this booklet is very simple. You know, basically it contains the constitutional provisions on which the education system evolved, particularly Article 12, Article 14, Article 46, 45, and Article 26A, 51A, etc., which are very, very important and fundamental to any educationalist to understand, based on which a lot of evolution has taken place, particularly Right to Education Act. And also, this book also contains, because what I am saying is, the Sushil and Yashasvi have taken an effort. They have taken my mentorship, but they have brought out logically, lucidly this particular booklet. And I suggest all of you to please, because this national education policy, they have given the authors have given the lucid explanation as to the genesis, how this policy has evolved. What are the previous policies and what is the present policy? And present policy salient features and how it has come up and how it has been implemented. The ministry has taken a step in November 22 also. And primary education, they have brought out the booklet as to the way of implementation, how they are implementing. We have to really congratulate and thank the ministry for taking this forward. Now, my point is, this NEP is nothing but a Magna Carta. Really, you are fortunately in the field, and I was fortunate to go through. Most of the visionaries might have also seen. It is a really Magna Carta, contains very important things, and that is why we have given, of course it is available in the website, but yet it is printed and a copy will be shortly given to you. All the teachers in particular ought to refer to or ought to read this book at least every day, one class, and it contains everything, comprehensive policy. As I said, the students were exhibiting. Now the 10+2 is getting evaporated, and new system it's a structural change which is required, need of the hour. And that is why our visionary chairman has now, thought of having this and trying to percolate down the information. Information contained in these things should be, information contained in this book is very important. I would like to reiterate and say that you ought to read each content. It contains everything, role of teachers, role of schools, and all the things, how the past system, past glory of education was, and why it is eroded, and why now there is a need to restructure. Really, great thing, all of you ought to read this, and salient features also. So I do not want to come in the way and take more time. A lot of the experts have come, and they will be giving insights, inputs into the policy and educational system, and we will be very glad to receive them. So I again thank the various distinguished guests who have come from various countries and from the Delhi, from the administering authorities. Really, I once again thank all of them, and thanks once again the DPS and the Pallavi Model Schools for giving this opportunity. And I congratulate once again the two young educators for taking this initiative. And going forward, what I want to say is that going forward, this book will be made as a referencer containing the various guidelines issued by the ministry from time to time, so that it will be more informative to all of you. So I once again thank all the administering authorities, the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now take the honor and privilege to call upon our eminent educationist, the brainchild behind this mammoth educational initiatives, Dr. T. Sudha ma'am, Academic Director, DPS and Pallavi Group of Schools.
Thank you, Sudha. Honorable dignitaries sitting right in front of me, our chairman, Namita Pradhanji, and CBSE expert, Shri Manoj Srivastavji, Mrs. Jackie Chen from USA, and Dr. Young from USA, and all other experts who are sitting right in front of me. Namaskar and good morning to you. We envisaged this objective before we started with our NEP 2020 vision action. We just wanted the erudite National Education Policy 2020 makers that vision into action. And we wanted to collaborate the interpretation of 5 key issues of policy integrated with the goals with the teacher practitioners, students, entrepreneurship holders, ideas for innovation, and then at the state level, and then at the national level, and then at the international level. We wanted to create a collaborative environment to learn the pedagogical experiences from the countries like USA, Finland, Australia, and others who were rated very high in the educational policies. Today, I just want to go through the things that we have already achieved. The first thing at the state level, we have conceived it for the teacher action researchers, teacher educators from the teacher education colleges, and students in 5 key issues. These 5 key issues, we have presented it at the HTC Expo. And this HTC Expo was held at TS Nacharam. And please go to the next slide, please. So in this HTC Expo, there were about 300 teachers who presented their action research. And at the same time, there were more than 500 to 600 students who presented the posters on learning gaps, climate action, ICT, role of ICT. Then at the same time, they discussed the health and wellness, safety and security. These were the posters. Students, about another 300 of them, they have presented on entrepreneurship for business. And students presented ideas for innovation. There were 50,000 rupees cash awards that were declared by the chairman and were given away to the students, and these are the glimpses of that expo. Go ahead. Then we had the virtual conference at the national level. At the national level, our vision was to engage the whole of the nation as far as possible, and this virtual conference opened up vistas not only in school education, but also in higher education, engineering colleges, management colleges, and there were more than 70 experts who were keynote speakers in the panels along with our principals as moderators. And at the same time, we have ensured that it reached all over India. And some of the other countries also had participated, like USA, UK, and Canada. All these people also had participated. We had about 70 experts in this virtual conference and 6,000 participants just on that particular day. But with YouTube likes and Facebook likes and Twitters and all, it went viral. This was a virtual conference. Then now, today, these are the glimpses of the virtual conference. Highly dignified and educators and experts in various fields of technology, education, engineering, management, and all the fields were covered up virtual conference. Today we stand here at the Hyderabad Today Conclave, the concluding virtual. This is a physical conference with all experts coming from various countries, our own CBSE, NCERT, and our own Delhi Public Schools Society. Yeah, next. This is the international conference, day 1. Next, day 2. So I will not read out because I'll go into the details a little later. Next, please. Yeah, so on behalf of the management, staff, and students of Pallavi Group of Institutions and DPS groups, I welcome you all once again to this power-packed two-day conference with several national, CBSE, NCERT, UGC, UNICEF, IIT, IT, entrepreneurs, edupreneurs, and DPS officials and international experts from USA, Finland, Australia, and Harvard. Wish and hope this will become a revolutionary transform. We identified some of the barriers that stop the transformation, want to provide a powerful way of thinking and a range of techniques that can lead to extraordinary results. We all can become catalysts to bring NEP vision to action. Let's bring a revolutionary change. Welcome once again. Nakala mativartante mahantaha sveshu karmasu, meaning great people never delay their duty. We are the catalysts now to start. Thank you so much, and we welcome once again all the dignitaries that are present here. Namaskar.
Such an auspicious start to this one-of-its-kind international conference for the cause of education. I'd like to express my deep gratitude to our benevolent visionary chairman, Sir Shri M. Kumaria, Director Pallavi Ma'am, Mr. Yashasvi Malka, Chief Operating Officer, and thank you, Dr. T. Sudha Ma'am, for conceptualizing and making this event a reality. It's indeed my proud honor and privilege to accord a warm welcome and to introduce our esteemed guest for today, Madam Namita Pradhan, IAS. We're also honored to have Mr. Girish Pradhan gracing the occasion. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us today. Madam Namita Pradhan, IAS, she's completed her Masters in History from Lady Shri Ram College, New Delhi. Ma'am joined the IAS in 1977, worked for 20 years in various capacities at district, state, and central level, became an international civil servant in 1990 and joined the World Health Organization, Geneva. She retired as Assistant Director, Geneva. Ma'am is now the Treasurer of DPS Society and Chairperson of the Managing Committee of Delhi Public Schools, Nacharam, Mahindra and Nadargul. We profusely thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invite and in spite of your busy schedule and for being here today. I now invite Madam Namita Pradhan to deliver the keynote address on the theme of Hyderabad Today Conference, International Conference, NEP Vision to Action. Please, ma'am.
thank you much for those kind words. Mr. Komaraya, the chairman of these two groups, thank you for inviting me. Other dignitaries present here today, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the school children who gave such wonderful performance. I hope they are here listening to this new education policy and how it's going to impact them as they continue their education. Let me start by saying I'm not really an expert. There are many more of you present in this audience, including my colleague from Delhi in the CBSE, who knows so much more about what went into formulating the national education policy and why this new national education policy is such a big change from our existing education policy. So, you know, when I look back, because I've sort of straddled these two sectors of health and education, and the two are pretty linked. For any society to develop its full potential, you need basic health for everybody, you need basic literacy for everybody. And these two really go hand in hand. So I find them a very complementary thing together. So while in health we talk for health for all, in education we talk for health, education for all. Right? That is what RT is all about. But just as a backdrop, to take you back, our country seems to have seen it all. Starting from the ancient times, of the times when we had excellence at Nalanda, and we had the Vedic way of education, where in some sense India was indeed a leader in education. But then we saw years and years and hundreds of years of successive invasions in the country, of colonialization, which really took our country into the depths of illiteracy. We lost that advantage in the hundreds of years that followed that period. And then to emerge from that in 1947 after independence, and to start in a way literally from scratch, still struggling to find ourselves. What do? What language should we study? We are all speaking different languages. Even today, the languages that are captured in our constitution don't really do justice to the languages that actually exist in our country. We know that every few hundred miles the language actually changes. So mother tongue is so different in our country that the diversity is mind-boggling, absolutely. But despite all that, we've struggled and we have tried to make some kind of a sense of how do we come together and take this country forward. And I think we haven't done a bad job. I mean, the progress that we've made in a lot of things is quite extraordinary. For example, and I think my colleague from BSc will bear me out, I think we have about 5 crore children in primary education today, and we have 8 crore children in the 0 to 3 age. Look at the magnitude of the problems that we face. It's when you think pan-India, then it's quite daunting. And it has to be broken up then state-wise, district-wise, village-wise almost, and then look at education. So what I was told is that we had over 15 lakh schools, 993 universities, 39,931 colleges, over 10,700 standalone higher education institutions in the country. There are 89 lakh teachers in schools, and the gross enrollment rates have surged. And I think in 2016 and 17, that's the last time we did a survey. I don't know if there is a newer survey after that. the elementary education had risen sharply to 93%. We are still not at 100%, but perhaps by now we might be sort of close to it. Secondary education to 79%, highest education to 55%, and then beyond that, to higher education about 26%. Now, these percentages hide a lot of things. As much as it tells us what we have achieved, it also hides what we have not achieved. And what it hides is the wide disparity of the kind of education that is imparted in India. So I'm very proud of the schools that our society runs. Extremely good standard of education. I think I can confidently say that our children can compete anywhere in the world and they will really stand in good stead. But I can't say that from many schools in it. So, and this in a way reflects what our society is. We have these huge disparities, whether it is health, whether it is education, whether it is income levels, whether it is, just any element of society. We have wide disparities in our country. So we have to get education to a point where the same kind of education is available at every level in every school. That is really the biggest challenge that we face. And I hope the NAP goes a long way really to address this basic issue first before we move on to become the Jagat Guru that we aim at. So the education policy, I don't think if I look at the education policy, and it's a complex document actually. It's not so easy to try and implement something like that. And in many schools, when we first started looking at the national education policy, it was almost as if, we were talking different languages, because the whole system had changed so drastically, or that is what was seen in the education policy, that we didn't know really where to start. But then, like all things, and I think that is the greatness of our country, and in a way this COVID has shown that to us. We have this immense capacity to adapt. I think Indians are just experts at adapting to any situation that arises. We adapt to lockdowns, we adapted to the new way of doing business. And I have to say, and I know a lot of my colleagues from the education sector are present here, the way our school system just responded to the lockdown, and a total sea change from teachers who didn't even know how to operate a computer to actually giving online lessons and becoming experts at it. Really hats off to the teachers at the effort that they put in and how they reached out. And it's changed the way I think we look at education today, and we know what is possible and what it. In fact, I'll share a small example. We started our new Human Resource Development Center in the society, which is a very big center for in-service training and upgradation of skills of teachers. And in a way, this COVID turned out to be a blessing in disguise, because what happened is that we had to go online. And because we had to go online, we could open out our training to all our 183 schools across the country, and we could also get resources from across the world. So if we were looking, say, at math, or we were looking at science subjects, or we were looking at English, we could get some of the best resource people from across the world to come and collaborate with us online. So that has been really, really extraordinary. And I would at least urge all the DPS schools to please take full advantage of these training courses which are running regularly and which are open to all of you. So the biggest change that I see when I look at the education policy, and some of you have articulated also some of the issues that confront you when you try and implement this, is the early education and the early years and the change that is seen in this new education policy. First is the continuum of the 5 years and a total change in the way we teach our young children. And I think that is the crux of taking off on how we look at education at the youngest level. We have to ensure, I mean, there have been so many studies done all across the world that the best way to learn is to learn in your mother tongue. That is what country after country, study after study has shown us that. And I think it's about time we internalize that. And at least for the early years, that is what the medium of instruction should be. The children should be comfortable in what they are learning, to understand all the concepts and what, the basic numerology, the basics of language, and the basic concepts, which will be so much faster. The other, so related to that, what a lot of teachers have told me and the feedback that I got from our DPS schools also is, how are we going to implement this language policy? How can we teach so many different, we don't even have books in the local mother tongue. It's true. It is a bit of a struggle. It will be in the first few years before those books come up, and we might need some kind of a bridging between the two before that gap is filled. But then, while I was going through the NEP, and I realized, that there is no option really for our country except the 3-language formula. Logically, if we look at it, every child is comfortable and must be taught their mother tongue. We have an advantage with English. Why should we give that up? We must continue to learn English as we go along. It's a global language. It's a language which has, in a way, given us the edge in IT that we are now so proud of. So I don't think that is also something that we want to give up. And of course, the third language. The third language is the language of your choice, the language that you think you want to learn in this vast country. And we know that for young minds, especially in that primary age, there is no barrier. A child can easily learn 3 languages. There are children who happily and gladly learn 3 languages. Very often, and again, for the 3 language, I would say, very often the mother tongue may not be the language of the state that you are studying in. So automatically you will end up with the 3 languages that you will learn. And therefore, some kind of, we will have to adapt indeed. And, but while going forward, I think that is the way. Then the other issue, I suppose, is going to come once we reform our examination system. Because it's not easy to change with the current examination system, where in a way that learning by rote is important. That is what we are testing, The current examination system only tests how much you retain in your mind, and you reproduce that and you get the result. Of course, CBSE is making efforts and making changes gradually as it goes along. But that change is going to then hugely trigger the change in the way we educate our children, which is making them more analytical, making them more objective, making them question, and making them not just learn by rote. It's not about how much you can memorize, but it is about how much you can analyze, how much you can discuss and talk about that subject and know about that subject and research on that subject. These are things, I suppose, that will be the bedrock of the new education policy. The other thing which all of us were struggling, and we've all struggled with for the last 75 years, is this sharp division between arts, science, commerce, and that those hard lines between subjects that the children are forced to choose. I think it is so unfair. It closes doors so early in life. Education should be open. Education should be something, if I'm a science student, but I love to know about history, why can't I study history along with my math? That was something that was not open to us. If you did that, you didn't have that option. And I think that is the other big departure that this new education policy will make. And I urge all schools to move along that. And again, I suppose that is also related to the examination system finally, because if the exam is only on your subject the way it is now, then it is very difficult. But that will happen, and I'm sure my colleague from CBSE will enlighten us a little more. Then there are issues of how do we get more of collaboration? How do we get more across of children? I go to schools and I find children reciting things, even now. I mean, if there is a formal, and I would urge principals who are here and all the teachers, please don't give a written piece of paper to a child to memorize and come on stage and speak. That is the worst disservice you can do to a child. You have to just tell the child, you have to go and welcome a guest. How will you welcome? Let them speak in their own words. Let them speak however imperfectly that they will. But that is how that they will move forward. I've seen 2-year-old memorizing things and coming on stage. They look very cute and they say the right things. But they say it without understanding. I went to a school yesterday. For class 2, they are giving definition of what a verb is. How can a class 2 understand even the word definition? So, there is somewhere along the way, there is a disconnect that we have. And we have to bring ourselves down to that level of that class 2 child. And is it important for the child to know what the definition of a verb is? Or is it important for a child to say, okay, this is a doing word, okay, I know. This word tells me what to do. That's all that is it. We don't need to get into these bookish definitions of things. Rather, so that was just a small example that I saw. But there are innumerable such examples. All of you must have got tons of stories. You see them every day. And for you, I think there's nothing more rewarding for a teacher than to see a student shine. When a student does well, the reward that is the teacher's reward, really. So, and they will shine once they develop their own skills. And once they will be, you may achieve whatever you do in life, but the respect that you have for your teacher in grade 2 or grade 3 will never go away, ever. You will remember that good teacher throughout your life. So take that and then look at the education policy and try and see the positivities that it is going to give you, the way it is going to empower you to take the child and mold that child in a way that child becomes a really extraordinary human being. So I'll stop here because I think I've taken a lot of time, and I would like some experts to come and talk. This was more of my impression on where the school education is, and I'm sure all of you will discuss this today, and you will come to a great outcome. So thank you all very much. It's a great pleasure to be here amongst all of you.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am. NEP in a nutshell. I request Chairman, sir, Sudha ma'am, Sunita Rao ma'am, Yashashvi to please give a memento in appreciation to ma'am. Let me now introduce Dr. Jackie Chan, Founding Executive Director, Early Teaching and Learning Academy. She has done extensive research in the field of early childhood for past 34 years, especially with regard to mathematical skills, and has been instrumental in proposing various educational policies. She has developed teacher training and teacher development programs in early childhood based on the theories of Howard Gardner. May I now invite Jackie Chan, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can I start? Okay. Good morning, everybody. My talk today is about early mathematics education, the why, the what, and the how. The why is about the importance of early math, and the what is about the content, where the how is about the pedagogy. Okay. If you look at our program and our program start with the early childhood education. And this is a very developmentally appropriate because we know the foundation of early education, right? And our esteemed speaker just talked about, based on the research,
we know the early years builds a strong foundation. If we have a strong foundation, and then we can build a stronger and stable and a tall building. Then I'm going to talk about mathematics in the early years. And you probably would say, you came from America, Jackie, and we know Americans are so bad about the math, okay? And in the international competition like PISA, Americans are always at the bottom. Well, we, India, very good in math, okay? We are strong, and we are strong, we produce the best mathematicians and the technology and the experts. And our children from very early on knows the numbers, know number very well. They can count 100, they know the shapes, and they know additions, subtractions, and even multiplications and divisions. So what are you going to talk about, Jackie? I certainly hope I'm going to extend your thinking about what early mathematics is all about, and what kind of early mathematics is important in the early years of teaching and learning. So first, we need to know what is early mathematics education. Here I'm giving a definition. The experience designed to help children from birth to 8 years develop 3 things. First, knowledge and skills. That is fundamental. Secondly, attitudes, positive attitudes toward math. I can do math, I'm a good problem solver. And the third one is the ability, is to think about math, is making sense about math, is use math as a tool for problem solving. So now let's focus on the first thing. Why focus on early mathematics? Well, here I'm going to show you 3 research studies. The first one is done by an economist and from UC, University of California, and Irvine. And this is a group of researchers. They studied what they call a meta-analysis. In other words, they analyzed 20 different studies and the longitudinal studies, and they focus on from pre-kindergarten to 3rd or 8th grade. What they found out is here that is not a surprise to you. And early reading skills predict later reading skills. And the early math skills also predict later math skills. What a big deal? We know that. What it is surprise is this finding. The early math skills also predict later reading skills and achievement, but not the other way around. This is a very surprise. So the authors conclude, first, competition in both domains, both reading and math, is important in determining children's later education and occupational prospects. But mathematics has stronger predictive power than reading for later achievement. Let's look at another study about early math importance. This study is done, again, longitudinal, and then they look at the number system knowledge. Children know the number sense and then knows what number really means and the number relationships, and that knowledge predicts students at the 7th grade in terms of their functional numeracy, meaning that these people, when they grow up as an adult, they can really function basic mathematics skills. And they also predict a retention rate in high school. In other words, these students good in the early mathematics number sense, and that they were more likely to finish their high school. And lastly, not surprisingly, and also predict their employee ability and also wages. Let's look at another study. This study is talking about 3-year-old and 4 4 years old and 9 months. And the lower bar, lower line, is children from a lower income class, okay, poverty children. Whereas the green line is the middle class. What you see here is that the two lines parallel. They didn't overlap. What does that mean? It means that if you are start low, it is harder for you to catch up. Okay? That's what it means. Does it make sense? Okay, to summarize, why focus on early mathematics? Math is not a set of knowledge and skills and activities that young children learn to do. It's not just that. It is also a language of a logical reasoning and a computational thinking, okay? It is a process of thinking, sense-making, and problem solving. It's a tool. When we're thinking, we need a tool. Language, like literacy, it is a tool. Mathematics, numbers, and the senses, and the relationships also is a tool. Tool for young children to think about and see and understand the world in a very different way. Now, let's look at what constitutes early math. We know math includes the numbers, shapes, and measurement, but what I'm going to tell you is something a little bit different. This, you will see, is from American's Common Core State Standard, okay? And the mathematics including all these 5 areas. So for each area, I can certainly talk about a day of the content and knowledge. What I'm going to talk about here is different. I'm going to talk about something in the middle, which we call the overarching concept that is supported and also connected with all other 5 areas. Today, I'm going to focus on only one in this concept, which is attribute. What is attribute? Attribute is a quality and characteristics of an object. For instance, color is attribute. And the texture, I have the soft and the close, and the hard, and the materials in my hand, the hard and the soft is attribute. And the tall and the short is attribute. So now let's look at it. And here I have a glass jar. If I ask you, how many ways can you describe how big this object is? Can you tell me how big this jar is? What? Speak louder. How big this jar is? I'm sorry? You need a comparison. Whoa, my goodness. That's a very sophisticated question. But I ask you just this jar. Do you think this jar is big or small? You say you need a comparison. But compare what? Okay? And when we talk about a jar, we can talk about big in terms of the height, in terms of the weight, in terms of the capacity, how much water it can contain, and also the comforts and the surroundings, how big it is. In other words, when we talk about the measurement, we see, oh, big is a measurement concept. A big idea in measurement is many different attributes can be measured, even when measuring a single object. When we measure, we have to have something called attribute to measure. We cannot say, this is big. Big in which way? Let's look at another example. Shape. What kind of shape is this? Triangle, okay? how about this? Is this a triangle? Yes? They look so different. Why is it also triangle? How about this? Is this a triangle? Yes? Well, young child might say, it's upside down triangle. But is upside down triangle a still triangle? Yes? Why? Why? Because there's 3 lines, okay? Just 3 lines. I have 3 lines here. Is that triangle? No. Is this triangle? No. There also need 3 straight lines and 3 corners, right? Okay? So these are not triangle, even though they look like triangle, right? So the definition for the geometry here is shape can be defined and classified by their attributes. Triangle attributes the 3 corners and the 3 straight lines. It doesn't matter what it looks like. If they follow this attribute, it is a triangle. Let's look at another thing. These are a bunch of shoes, children's shoes. I ask you to sort them. Can you give me a way to how you're going to sort them? Speak loud so I can hear you. Shape, colors, beautiful colors. So there's some red colors and there's some green colors. Okay, what else? Size. Okay, some is bigger and some small. Can you give me another way to sort it? So there's another way is that there's a useful, there's some boots and there's gym shoes, right? Gym shoes. So what it says is this. Attributes can be used to sort collection into different groups, different sets, right? The same collection can be sorted in different ways if we use different attributes. You hear me talk about attribute, 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 okay? And so here are a bunch of shoes. We can sort based on the color, based on the size, based on the functions, right? Or many other ways. Let's look at the pattern. That's a very popular in early childhood classroom. Okay, now if you see, what kind of pattern is this? White, green, white, green, white, green, right? Okay, so what is the attributes we're using here? Color, absolutely true. Color is the attributes we're using. And this one too, but how about this one? This is a pattern too. What kind of attributes we use sort of them? Shapes. So children need to know that attributes in order to identify this is a pattern. Or if something missing, and here is an AB pattern, this is an AAB pattern, right? Even though they all use the color, but they are different patterns. If children understand this unit, what is repeating, and then they learn about the pattern. Let's look at the number. Number is such a basic in the mathematics and the content. So here, what do we see? We see 3 elephants. They are obviously bigger if we compare 3 mice, right? Okay? They are bigger than mice. If we use the attributes of size. But if we use the attribute of a number or numerosity, what they happen? They are identical. Both are threes, right? So a collection can have many attributes. Here I have flowers. The color is an attribute. Shape, round shape is an attribute. Smell, oh, delicious smell is an attribute. Quantity is another attribute. There are 3 roses here. So that's why in the early childhood years, we see number is an adjective. It's not a noun. You always count on something. 3 people, 3 cups, 3 flowers. So it's like an adjective, like a red flowers, 3 flowers. You don't count just the naked number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of 1. Okay? We do not just counting the naked number. We always use number to describe a collection. So, for number sense, a big idea here is quantity is an attribute of a set of objects. We use number to name specific quantities. So, here is what we have just covered. I talk about attribute is an overarching concept that really connected all these areas. So here, this is a much more fundamental, yet more basic number or mathematics concept. So, to summarize, what constitutes early mathematics? High quality early math education expose children to a range of content areas, but there are a small number of overarching concepts that connect to the content strengths, and that is attribute, comparison, pattern, and change. I only talk about the attribute today. Now let's look at how to foster children's mathematics understanding. I'm going to give you a classroom example. Here is a 4 and 5-year-old in Chicago public schools. And the teacher read a book to children. This book called Whose Shoes? It's talk about all kinds of shoes children wear, and everybody has that experience. Then teacher asked children 2 questions. What kind of shoes are you wearing today? If we make a book about the kinds of shoes in our class, how could we organize all shoes? So this is a sorting activity, but this is also a data analysis activity, because we want to see what kind of shoes we are wearing and how we are going to organize. So teacher asked children to put all their shoes, take their shoes up, then put into on the floor, and then children start and categorize, sorting them. Then what we're going to see is afterwards. Children already read the book, and they already sort their shoes and put their shoes in the different ways. Now what we're going to see is how teacher to take them to a data analysis and activity. So data analysis, why we do the data? The purpose of collecting data is to answer questions when the answers are not immediately obvious. Okay, so and here, what kind of shoes we are wearing? And we don't know. We have so many people here. We have to organize that and then make that a prediction. So let's look at the video tape. You see here, children are putting their shoes. This is the winter. Chicago's winter is very long. So they put their shoes.
Can I help you think of an idea so we can make our graph and keep it in my classroom?
One is for boots, the other is a higher boots, and there are 4 different categories. They sorted their shoes. Is working.
Letter. Can I help you think of an idea so we can make our graph and keep
Is it working? Okay.
Letter. Can I help you think of an idea so we can make our graph and keep it? In my classroom, we made 2 different real shoe graphs. And I decided after those 2 experiences, the children were ready to make a pictograph and move from the more concrete to more abstract. What am I doing?
Let's get Let's make it up.
Writing. Yeah, I'm doing some writing. What if I drew a picture of my shoe? Right? What if I drew a picture of my shoe? And then we could remember what shoe we were wearing today, and we could make a new graph. Do you think we could do that? I wanted the students to draw their shoes instead of just giving them a paper cutout, because I think it gives them more meaning to that abstract representation of their shoe. So when we make the physical graph, it's easy for the children to see their shoe on the graph. It's physically there. You know, they're holding it in their hand. It's concrete. When you start to take a step away from that to be more abstract, the meaning can get lost in children that are at this age. So by having them draw their own shoe gives them more ownership. I also think that by drawing the shoe, it helps them to remember how they sorted their shoe in the first place, what the attribute was that they were sorting it in. Because when they're drawing it, you know, I ask them, make sure that you draw your straps, you know, make sure that you draw your strings to help them remember that that's how we had decided to sort the information. Do you see where it says zippers? Okay. Good, zippers. The reason I wanted the students to help construct the pictograph themselves is that if I'm putting the pictures up on the graph, I'm taking ownership of it. Then it's me sorting the information. If the students are doing it themselves, they're the ones taking ownership of their data, their information. It's their shoe, and if they're the ones putting it on the graph, then it helps them to remember, again, that this picture represents their shoe. It's just another step in helping them to make that connection between the concrete and the abstract. Can you look with your eyes and find your shoe on the graph? Look with your eyes. Look with your eyes.
Mine with the dots on them.
Whose shoe was this picture for? Right. What about this one?
Jasmine.
Jasmine. Okay. And what about this one?
Mine.
Yours, Ashley. What about this one?
Me.
That's yours, Darianne. And this, whose shoe was this?
That's yours.
Right. So does everybody have their shoe on our picture graph?
Yes.
Yes, we all do, right? So tomorrow when we come back and look, we can remember that these were our shoes. Which of our categories has the most shoes?
The string.
Right, the strings. How do you know it has the most shoes? Because it's all the way up to the top? Well, let's count and see how many shoes or boots have strings. Okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Right. So here's my question. If we did this graph on a different day when it was hot outside, what do you think would be different about our graph?
They can wear flip-flops in school.
Right, we might have flip-flops on if it's hot outside, right? You're right.
We can wear sandals.
We could have a category with sandals. What I want to do is I want to keep our graph here so that we can talk about it a different day.
When talking about our data display, I thought it was important to ask questions that will lead the children to think about what's the meaning of this data today and how might it be different another day. That's the reason that I asked the children to think how this graph would be different if it were made on a hot day. And part of that came from the books that we have read yesterday about shoes. The book Whose Shoes was a good lead-in for that question, I think. But getting the children to think about that graphing is a way of organizing information at a specific time and in a specific place. You know, the information that we graph today is going to be different on any other day. And it's important for them to think about that kind of mental idea as
here I want to capitalize and how, and in terms of the method, in terms of the pedagogy of how to teach mathematics. And here's the triangle. And you look, there's actions, there's images, and there's a symbol. Okay, and let's go one at a time. And the first, let's talk about the actions or manipulatives or your body movement. And the manipulatives, and I think it's common in early childhood classrooms. When we think about the math, we always think about we need manipulatives. Manipulatives is very important because it supports children's concrete thinking. But let's look at, and when we talk about the math is actually very abstract. When we talk about the concept of fourness, that four really is not just one kind of four. It includes many different kinds. Okay, so here we have a teddy bear, and we have cups, we have unifix cubes, and they are different in terms of the color, in terms of the shape, in terms of the type. But they are all fours. That is the abstract from the concrete. Okay? Then another thing, we talk about the concept of fairness and the fair share. That is the precursor concept of division. Okay? Again, you see, in terms of the color, in terms of the shape, in terms of the type. And there is a distance between the concrete to the abstract. That's why we see manipulatives does not equal math concept. Because as Deborah Ball talked about, although kinesthetic experience, hands-on experience can enhance perception and thinking, understanding does not travel through the fingerprint up to the arm and to your hand. Mathematics idea really do not reside in a cardboard and plastic material. So what is needed? It needs language. It needs language to explain the connection between concreteness and abstract ideas. So, and the second part, we talk about the triangle, is the image. And I'm going to talk about the language in the end. And lots of children's books include mathematics ideas. When we use children's book to talk about the mathematics ideas, and the mathematical ideas become alive with the characteristics and with characters and with content. And here, and the Anno's counting book is about the number, and this is about the sorting and the pattern, and this is about, and the mapping house, it is about increasing pattern, okay? And images also including graph, and we have an object that is more concrete, but if we use the number and the lines and the pie graph, that is more abstract. But all these help children to keep their image in their mind. And also visual math, and we talk about the number lines. So when children say, 1, 2, 3, 4. That 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 is very different from A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Because that 5 does not only means the number 5, but also means as a collection, the cardinal number. So when you have this number line, which helps children think about 10 is going to the other side, okay? So the more and the other side is the larger number. So the number line also helps children to build number sense. And here is another different materials with visual math. And for instance, and the 5 frames and 10 frames, and all these things is useful. Let me see, how many is here? 3. How many? 4, excellent. How many? 9. You're so good. 9. How many? What is on the top? Also 9. How come? You know it. Is it harder when you have this whole line than when you have 3 lines, right? Why is that? Why? Both are 9. One is harder. Let's look at this. How many? That's also 9. Okay, so there's 3 different ways to display 9. When you have a 3 and a 3, and it's 9 because it is our experience. We know number when you have a 3, then you get it. When you have a very long line, it is harder for you to count from left to the right. When you have it all displayed randomly, and it's even harder, okay? So how you display the dots helps children to organize their thinking. The important thing is this, and we have a left brain and the right brain. And the mathematics learning and the performance was optimized when the 2 areas of brain were communicated. So our left brain and the right brain. One is more abstract thinking, the other is more visualized. So we want to make this connection together. So that's the second part. The third part I want to talk about is a symbol system. And here is a study. Okay, there's a number of studies, and this is just one. It talks about the number of, the amount of adults' math input in terms of speaking using math-related language could positively correlated with children's math performance. In other words, the more teacher and or parents talk about math, not just the manipulatives, not just to show them pictures, but the talk, and the talk, and the talk, children's math performance will increase, okay? And so it is very important to think about, and that there are the 3 areas. And these 3 areas, and concrete, pictorial, and the symbols, their connection neither automatic nor static. So it requires intentional teaching to constantly make these connections again, again, and again. So here are 2 books my colleagues and I published. And this one, Precursor Math Concept, talk about mathematics from 0 to 3-year-old, whereas Big Ideas of Early Mathematics talk about math from 3-year-old to 8 years old, okay? So takeaway message is early math is rich and complex, central to children's cognitive development and school achievement. Everyone can and must learn and do math. And the adults play a central role to foster children's mathematical learning and understanding. Questions? Thank you. Thank you. What time is it? I have 5 minutes. Okay, questions? If you have questions, please stand up. Well, if you have no questions, there's two possibilities. Either I talked so badly, no one understands, or I did such a good job, everybody understands, so there's no questions. It cannot be the second part. Okay, you have to have questions, so I know, and you're thinking, and we're learning together.
Shen,
Okay.
Dr. Shen, when we do the curriculum mapping here, we also have the concept of time and money, two concepts. If you can just tell us, when do we introduce time? At what age do you want us to? Because children find it difficult to understand yesterday and the day before. They understand today and tomorrow better.
Yeah, and in school, and we create, and you see, calendar is often talked about in the school, okay? Calendar is a time, but the calendar is a very confused for young children because, and the calendar is what 7 days is a unit, okay? Then Monday is not always and January 1st. And the next Monday, and it's going to change. So the relationship is not always constant. It constantly changes. So in the United States, in my project, when we ask the teacher introduce and the school days, we use a school calendar. So it's always a Monday to Friday. The next week is Monday to Friday. We do count the number of days and how many days we're in school, but we do not use regular calendar until elementary school.
I have a question. When you teach or introduce maths in the constructivist methods that you have introduced or you have adopted, how does a teacher do, apart from the observation skills that we have, how does one assess the child in the same, kind of methods?
Yes, okay. How teacher can support children to learn mathematics in a constructive way, okay? The most important thing is teacher understand the big ideas of mathematics. Okay, there's lots of activities. If you look at the website, some activity is we call the cute activity, but not really emphasize the big ideas. Big ideas is those ideas that are really central to particular mathematics content and really build a foundation to further learning. For instance, the attributes I just talked about. You see how important that attribute is, right? And the attribute actually is an inborn trait. When children just born, they know what is cold and what is hot, okay? They know their diaper is wet, they are crying. They know they are hungry, they are crying, right? And when you change a diaper, they were happy, and then they really shake their head, right? The issue is how do we bring that natural instinct to the mathematics understanding? It is really important. It's not a teacher follows the curriculum, because we know curriculum, you have to develop something for everyone. But there is no standard child. There is no average child. And each child is different. It is up to us to understand the curriculum and then adapt that to meet the needs of an individual child through daily life. You don't have to have a really math curriculum, but you do, as a teacher, to understand all of the connections, how this connect this, this connect that, and use your language to emphasize that connection and through activity. Thank you for the good question. Yes.
So what I found here is you do use a lot of manipulatives and you use constructivism. I was wondering, do you have any work connected to movement and math? Because it's about also the physical body, and how are we understanding, because physical body is something known to us the most, is the most concrete thing. And math, like you said, is a language which we are trying to break it down through attributes like shape, color, smell, other things. So do you have any work related to math and movement? Like, because since you were a researcher, I was wondering what are your findings over there?
Excellent question. Because, and we're talking about the development of the whole child, okay? Development of the whole child, mathematics can help develop the whole child. And the first, and we're talking about the mathematics language, so there's a language there, there's abstract thinking there, there's a collaboration there. But the body, let me give you one quick example. When we talk about the books, and I don't know if you are familiar with a very popular book in the United States called Gingerbread Man, okay? So Gingerbread Man get out of the oven and running, everybody is following, right? What math concept there? It's a counting, it's a sequence, so, and the grandma is out, grandpa is out, right? So how many pieces follow the gingerbread, right? The gingerbread man. So we can have a 1, 2, 3, 4, counting that. Who is counting? Children can be, I'm grandma, you're grandpa, okay, you are the pigs, and you are the cows. Everybody is following. And so kids really see the line is getting longer and longer. That is add on, right? But I can also change that story. At one moment, the pig said, oh, it's too much. I don't want to run, so I want to stop, okay? And the horse said, oh, I'm so stupid. I don't even like gingerbread. Why I'm running? So I'm sit down, okay? So you have a take away. You can take away 1, you can take away 2, right? So you see, children, the line gets shorter and shorter. In the end, only fox there, and the fox ate the gingerbread. So what is? It's a 0, okay? So that is children's body movement. Help them understand what is add, what is a take away, what is getting longer, what is getting shorter. That's just one example. The napping house I talk about is the growing pattern and the decreasing pattern. You can also have, and okay, so, and the grandma is in the bottom, and then the mouse and you know, all the animals add on, then they take one away. So it is lots of body movement to help children understand the concept of math. Thank you very much. Oh.
Thank you, Dr. Jackie Chan, for that wonderful presentation. May I have on stage our COO, the SSV Malka, to please felicitate the speaker.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I just have one question? Can it?
Oh.
I'm trying to ask you one question, ma'am, here.
Oh.
Yeah. As generally we use the role play, which is like, you know, it's the most important thing in the education. Can we introduce role play also in mathematics to teach few concepts?
Can you repeat the question?
As role play makes a very important keynote in the education, can we implement this role play in teaching few concepts of mathematics?
Yeah, I think it's less is more here, okay? If you emphasize all of the things, they are not connected. You don't help children understand, build the understanding. What is understanding? Understanding is the connection. It's to use one concept in many different situations. So what we need to try to help children is not rote memory, it's not just learning different facts, is to build the connection. That is less, and less is more.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can we have a hand? Put your hands together to... It was indeed a wonderful presentation. Thank you, Dr. Jackie Chan, and thank you, dear Yashashvi. Now, our next speaker for the day is Mr. Mikhail Lepinen. He's an expert in motivational psychology and an author. With 20 years of experience, he's one of the leading experts in Finland in the field of future skills, motivation, digital learning, and gamification in education. He holds degrees in teaching, psychology, and leadership, and have written several books about leadership and growth mindset. At the moment, he is working at a spin-off company of University of Turku, Finland, called erudite. His topic would be the information and communication technology in education for social behavioral change through gamification. I request you to please come on.
A little bit taller, so put this up. But I will get the microphone soon. Working now? Not working. Now it's working. Okay, now I can hear. It's really great to be here. There are three reasons why I really love it. I came here first time, it was 2005. And the reason why I came here was that I'm a big fan of Mahatma Gandhi. And I love his idea of that you need to be the change that you want to see in the world. And that's why we are here today. We want to do the change. We want to help kids and students around the world, and we need to be the change. We need to take the first steps. And that's why I'd like you to get a couple of takeaways from my talk. The other reason, or the second reason, is of course Indian food. It's the best food in the world. We have a lot of Indian restaurants in Finland, but it's nothing like that food that I got yesterday, that authentic Indian food. So thanks for inviting here. And the third reason is what's happening at the moment. I really love Indian people and your attitude. You know why? Because you're always smiling. And that's the way how we get over obstacles or whatever happened. I was collaborating with many institutions here during Corona, and I always say that we will get over of this, as long as we always remember to be positive and remember to smile. I would like to say big thanks to Dr. Shudha to invite me here and all the international keynote speakers, and also big thanks to all the Pallavi group. I would like to give big applause to Dr. and all the Pallavi group who has arranged a great event. Yeah. It's easy to come to speak here after two great talks. Thanks to Ms. Namita. I really like your talking about the change and memorizing, and as I used the word rote learning. When I went to school, I didn't like it. First, I was excited. The more I went to school, then became a lot of rote learning. And I don't really remember many things what I learned in that time. Then later, when you started to work, started to learn use different learning methods, learning by doing, active learning. And I think that's the way we should also more learn in school. I also really like Dr. Jackie Chan's talk about early childhood and learning mathematics. Mathematics is really important skill, influence on everything. Especially nowadays when we are talking about coding, computational thinking. In Finland, they are part of our math curriculum now. So I really like the idea to talk about computational thinking as a part of mathematics. We are here to learn. That's why I would like to ask you to get up soon and talk to the person next to you, and couple of minutes, share your learnings and takeaways so far. I believe in moving in learning as well. That's why I'm moving here. But you need to move as well. So that's why I want you to get up and talk to the pair next to you and share the best learnings this morning so far. Okay, let's get up. Just share your ideas and takeaways from this morning. Turn to the pair next to you, the person next to you, and share your couple of ideas from this morning. Okay, let's start to have a dialogue. I will show you. Okay, thank you. Now you can sit down. As I was introduced, I have a psychology background. And in learning, I really believe in social learning. And I believe in dialogues. Learning happens between people. It's not only happening in your brain, it's happening when you are communicating with the other person or with your group. That's why, that's one takeaway. Always when you teach, try to arrange a situation where your students can talk to each other about their insights and learnings and takeaways. Not only one way, many ways when you want to have good learning. It's also about atmosphere. You want to create a good learning culture or learning event or lecture, lesson for your students. Also about atmosphere. What is the atmosphere when we are learning? That's why next I want to show you a video. It's a video from Finland. I will give you, at the beginning of my talk, I will give you 10 minutes Finland education course. So in 10 minutes you will learn all about Finland education. But first we will start the video. Take a nice posture, enjoy the video, 4 minutes video. The main idea is to calm you down. You are living in mindful country, you know all about mindfulness. It's an important for learning. Already you have got a lot of different information. Now we will make space and room for new learning by calming our mind down and enjoying at the same time this beautiful video of Finland. atmosphere is so different. How many of you are feeling better after having that short discussion with your person next to you, also watching? How many of you are feeling better now? Feeling and emotions are really important. They have a really important role in learning. They have done a lot of studies, psychology, about learning and emotion. 2 takeaways for you for the classroom. Use mindfulness in order to calm kids down. I always do. I've been a teacher for 25 years. Kids are really wild nowadays. You need to calm them down. Otherwise, there is no point try to teach them. Other thing is use different ways to create positive feeling and positive emotion. Because there is a lot of studies that, and also adults learn better. Makes more room for learning for your brain. Couple of things. My agenda today will be, I will first talk about Finland education. Then I will talk about different challenges that I see in education. And then I will give some solutions how we have solved things in Finland regarding of those challenges. But let's talk about a little bit more about Finland. So, in Finland, if you don't know, its location is between Sweden and Big Russia. This is a famous guy everywhere. I think he as well, all kids love it. If you didn't know, Santa Claus comes from the north of Finland. So be always ready, he's always watching who's naughty and nice. If you wanna do business with Finnish people, sauna is the place. Sauna, how they say it in America. Finnish people use sauna to warm up, also chat, and also do business. We are quite aloof, maybe, from other people's point of view, but when you get Finnish people to sauna, then we open up, start to talk. That's the place where we do business. If you have opportunity to try this is hardcore thing. So our lakes are frozen half of the year, and people love making a hole, and then after sauna, go to swim there. I have done it twice, hardcore. My wife is from Australia, but she loves doing this every week. I'm not that hardcore. Our cities, they are really quiet during summertime, because we love to go to our summer cottages. So you can't find a Finn. If you want to find them, you need to go to the countryside and go to find them, summer cottages. And you saw Northern Lights in this video. 6 months of the year we have darkness. But luckily, sometimes we get Northern Lights that keep us optimistic. Then the question, what do you know about Finnish education? Have you heard anything about education in Finland? PISA ranking is one thing what made us famous. We reformed our education 30 years ago, and it has led to good PISA results. Happiness is one thing. Just recently, a couple of weeks ago, Finland was ranked the happiest country in the world, 4th time in. Education, yes. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know about that. If you ask from Finnish teachers, they don't agree with you. But yeah, comparing maybe, yes. We are famous about our education. There are some fundamentals. Okay. And I don't want to compare Indian culture is different. You cannot change your education system in one night. I don't want you to do it. I want to share a couple of ideas, and maybe you can get some insights and then put something into action, take some takeaways. But you cannot change the whole system. Some countries try to do it. We have done that for 30 years. And it works for our country. Our country is small. We have only 6 million people. It's really different to India. So that's why you cannot always compare which one is better. Yeah, our education is free at all levels. That's how it's structured. We have only one private school in Finland. It works for us. Teachers are really autonomous. They have master degree. That's one decision what our government did 30 years. There is some benefits, and there are pros, there are cons. Well, our education is compulsory until age of 18. And then the latest thing is, what is also my background, or where I'm coming from, digital learning field. We have advanced learning environments and technology. Not only technology, but the whole, like the atmosphere, how we run schools, and also like how we structure, how we design schools nowadays. Really good effort. All the colors. So we try to use all senses of learning. That's why, for example, I use music. I use my speech. I use mindfulness. It's all about when we want to learn well, we need to use all the different senses, not only visual senses, not only talking, hearing senses. A typical school day, this is something, this is a big wish for me. I hope that all the countries learn from Finnish education. But it's not easy. I know the cultures are different. Our kids don't spend much time at school. They don't stay there for the whole day. They start sometimes 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, sometimes even at 10 a.m. Lessons are normally 45 minutes. And we have breaks. Really important for your brain. You have time to talk to each other. You go to playground, you play, you talk, socialize. I don't think that best way in schools is that we are passive there. Someone is talking and sharing all his knowledge, and the other ones are passive and listen. I think the best thing in schools is social learning. There is time to communicate, discuss, having dialogues, etc. That's really important. That's why I wanted you to talk to each other, get that takeaway. Do that with your students as well. Create that culture in your school. There is time to talk to each other. That's the best way to learn. And we have free lunch school as well, and it's really important. That was good decision from our government. So we know that all kids really healthy. Maybe not from your point of view, but Finnish standards, healthy. Not as good as here. After school, there might be daycare for first and second graders, but mostly there are some hobbies. But what is important for us is that kids don't spend too much time on schools. We go home, there is homework. This is that people always ask something. Is it true that Finnish kids don't have homework at all? No, it's not. They have homework, but not 3 hours. Might maybe take 30 minutes. For my son, who is 9, normally take 50. But I know, for example, in China, there might be 3 or 4 hours. Then you don't have time to play with your friends, spend time with your family. I think that's the purpose of life. Having time with your friends, having time with your family. Not filling all the time with homework and school stuff. Especially, mostly about memorizing, rote learning. I don't remember all the I needed to learn all the Finnish rivers and even Indian rivers. But I don't remember them. I didn't learn them when I went to school. I use Google if I need to know that. So you don't need to remember that kind of information all that much. That's why we need to also change what we learn and how we learn it. A little bit about my background that you understand when I start to talk about digital learning as well. So I come from one of the biggest and oldest universities in Finland. It's called University of Turku, Finland. We started to research gamification and digital learning already 20 years ago. There was a professor, Mikko Jussi, who realized that learning will change. And students don't get motivated and engaged for learning that well anymore. We need to create new, more active learning methods. And that's why the research group started to research gamification and digital learning. And 20 years ago, here we are. Our platform, Eduten platform, is the most popular platform in Finland. We already have users in 50 other countries as well. And here in India, we have many users. But that's my background. I'm global head of partnership. I travel around the world to see students and see classrooms, help them to learn something from Finland and also start to use our digital learning. We collaborate with UNESCO, have a big mission. So we won a UNESCO prize and now we collaborate with UNESCO. Our platform was rewarded, got the best digital learning platform award years ago. And also we collaborate with UNICEF. Recently, last summer, UNICEF rewarded us to have the best digital learning platform in the world. And the reason for those awards is we have done so much research around the world. So we really want to know different active learning methods, and also how gamification works in different countries. But let's go to some challenges. For the past 6 years, I have traveled around the world. I go to different countries. I see the couple of same challenges and phenomena. By the way, this is my son. And he has some of those challenges as well that all the students around the world have. And that's the common problem that we face at the moment among students in the classroom. What do you think students and kids around the world love to do nowadays? What they didn't do when we were kids? Not that much. What's the thing what all kids love to do? They love games and YouTube. They love. Do you know why they love that? Because their brain gets dopamine. And we cannot blame them. You are really honest. Most of you like to take your phone now, go to Facebook, or do something else. Read magazine, digital magazine. We love doing it, but it gives dopamine before. Same for kids. And it creates some challenges, screen time challenges. But one thing what we easily go to that black and white thing, that screens are bad for kids. Not always. There is negative screen time and positive. And we realized that, our research group, that somehow we need to adapt learning to that phenomenon, what is happening. That there will be phone, devices, games. We cannot only resist that. We need to adapt it. That's why digital learning needs to be integrated somehow to learning. But there needs to be good balance. We saw what happened during Corona. All the teaching in many countries, not in Finland. I'm happy with our government. We didn't But we are a small country, so it was easy. We didn't go to remote learning. Especially small kids went to. We took that risk. Good risk. But in many countries, you couldn't do, for example, here, you couldn't do it. Your population. But we saw what happened when everything went online. There is huge learning gaps. Somehow we need to try to solve that. But it's like my son loves playing games. These are some challenges, not only cause of games and devices, but also what has happened to others. One thing is lack of motivation towards hard work. As I said, we need new, more active learning ways. We need to create new methods. Exam stress is one. And then concentration and engagement. Even though I'm coming from the most popular digital learning platform, I'm worried about screen time. I'm expert in psychology. I'm looking from that point of view. A little bit worried about kids. And it has influence on brain. I have taught kids for 25 years. I have seen the difference, the change. It has influence on the brain, concentration skills, and diligence as well. As I said, they wanna. Oh, you cannot hear me. Okay, let's just the volume up. What about now? Is it getting any better? I can also, yeah, it's getting a bit better. I can also talk a bit louder. Lack of motivation towards hard work, exam stress, concentration, engagement. Those are the things that we need to solve and try to find new solutions for that. If you're talking about traditional education, there are a couple of things. One way flow of information from teachers to students. We need to have more dialogues, that's my opinion. That's the social aspect of learning. That, as I already said, learning happens between people, the middle of people, not only from one head to the other. Communication and dialogues are a good way to do that. Siloed learning. Students don't share learning or interact with each other. That's important for us in Finland, for me as a teacher. And students are expected to listen, take notes, and memorize information. You know that doesn't work that much. You went to university or college or you studied. Do you remember that one book about leadership or about pedagogy? And what was there in the page? In that time you remembered, but not anymore. You cannot use that. So we will need new active learning and teaching methods to motivate students. That's one challenge. So, according to latest studies in motivational psychology, it's good to understand, in order to motivate students to learn, will somehow fulfill these elements. Those three elements, they are the most important in motivation-wise. So autonomy means that students can choose whether they want opt-in or not, and they need to make their own choices as they proceed through the learning. So we need to give some options every now and then. Not as a teacher that you always decide what the students need to learn. Ask their opinion. What you would like to learn today? It's something what is really current topic. They might have heard about ChatGPT. They want to learn about that. For example, in our digital platform, we can choose the challenge level. Sometimes kids want to the hardest level. Sometimes they want to do a little bit lower level. We want to give that autonomy to make decisions about your own learning. Mastery means that the student master different exercises. They need to get that feeling. They need to somehow give that feeling of success every day. It's coming about instant feedback and positive feedback. Of course, constructive. But we need to try to give feedback for them all the time, that they give that feeling of mastery. I learned it. I succeeded today. That's important in order to keep the motivation. And purpose, really important. Something about the video. How many of you liked the video about Finland? Some of you liked the video. Okay. Did you know? You didn't know, but now you will know. The person who did the video was 70. He spent 30 days in a row, 15 hours per day, by just photographing. It was time-lapse video. It's really boring. You just do the same thing. But did you know he didn't like studying? He was really poor. He didn't like to listen to teachers. Just be passive. But he was passive 15 days, 15 hours per day. There was a purpose. He wants to be a really good photographer and wants that people around the world can see how beautiful is Finland. And we need that purpose. So in order to motivate students, in order for them to learn, there needs to be purpose. I didn't learn all the rivers in Finland or all the rivers in it didn't make sense. But now I come to India. I want to know everything about this culture, but not 40 years. So can you see the difference? There is purpose. So it's important to talk with your students about why do we learn? Why do we want to learn this math skill or this topic? Okay, you go for shopping. You want to buy candy. You need to know how much you have money, how much it costs, how much you have left after that. Can you afford to buy that? Then there is purpose. So always think about, when you motivate students, that they need to understand why we do this. Then one challenge is exams. I felt that stress 30 and 40 years ago when all the mornings when I knew that there is an exam, I didn't want to wake up. And I know about India. You have this big stress. I know what happens those days when students get the results. Really important. By the way, do you know what's happening in this picture? Do you know what's happening in this picture? Can you see the picture? There is exam. They are doing the exam. It's a bit different than traditional way of doing exam. First of all, look at the environment. They are doing this is a classroom in Finland when they are having exam. They use their feedbacks. They're using their laptops. They are using our platform to do the exam. They are playing our games. They have that kind of exam. Quite different to that traditional way of doing exam. And the future, we have started to use digital learning now. There is a big opportunity that really influence on that stress. Because we don't need that many exams anymore, and we get learning analysis. So platforms can follow students' progress all the time when they are using it and submitting exercises and playing gamified exercises. So that's a good future. That will really reduce stress when we don't have that and when the exams are different. Not that pressing. By the way, I started 5 minutes later, so I will take 10 minutes, double that, from your tea time. But no worry, you will have time for tea. Okay. Then some solutions about those, more solutions about those challenges what we are facing. There is always, of course, concern. We were already talking about screen time and the use of digital learning, ICT in classroom. And we know what happened during Corona, as I already said. Learning gap increased, etc. Also, ICT might lead to more siloed learning. I mean that there is no that social learning aspect. The students just focus on their screen, their device, don't communicate and interact with other students. But at the same time, it's huge opportunity. And we realized that many, many years ago, that when you develop digital learning, there needs to be this social learning aspect as well. There needs to be this dialogue learning. I really emphasize that dialogue learning. Encourage you to use that. Don't need digital learning tools for that. You can just give some topic for students and let them to discuss about it today, or put them in the pairs. But also, some digital learning tools, they have that function, that students can work in pairs. That's the thing what we develop. So we have a lot of problem-solving, math problem-solving exercises. In Finland, problem-solving is really a big part of curriculum, Finnish curriculum. Also computational thinking, because our experts see that it's really important part of future. You need to be able to solve problems. You need to be able to have computational and coding skills. But you can solve problems in pairs. How we do it, mostly in classrooms, is that a little bit advanced student work in pairs with some students or some student who is a little bit behind. So we could put good student and a little bit less talented student together. And mostly the better students teach how to solve some problem. And they both learn really well. So there is this dialogue learning aspect in best digital learning, as long as you remember to use them. Then how ICT supports social and behavioral change. As I said, there can be, the best technology can offer support for collaboration, communication among students. So always when you start to look at digital learning, look at aspects of it, because that really helps kids to learn. If it's siloed learning, if they only focus on their own screen, sometimes it's fine. And at home, if they do use digital learning at home, it's fine. But then sometimes it's good to talk with your parents. They are ready to do that. But the good thing in digital learning nowadays is we can personalize learning for students. If you have 50 students here and you don't use digital learning, it's not easy to personalize. All the kids will get the same exercises. But from a psychological point of view, it's not best for the students. Best students get bored because exercises are not challenging. When we are looking at from motivational aspect, exercises and all tasks needs to be challenging, but not too difficult. But if you get too difficult exercises, the students who are behind, who are struggling with mathematics or some other subject, who has learning difficulties, they suffer as well. They start to hate mathematics or other subjects. That's why it's good when you use digital learning, because you can, and ICT, you can offer personalized learning paths. Couple of more. I know that I see that you're getting a little bit nervous there because time is running. 6 more minutes, then everybody will get a nice tea break. And by the way, when you go to the tea break, what are you going to do there? Dialogue learning. So you will talk to each other about my talk now or other talks as well. What have you learned? There's no point to come here. You don't find any takeaways. So Monday morning, when you go back to school, I will call you and ask from your students, what did your teacher or your school leader took from the Makke's presentation? Did it influence on the teaching at all? If not, it was pointless to come here. Need to put things into action. Yes, concentration and engagement. Gamification is a good tool. As I said, kids love playing games. That's why try to gamify something what happens in a classroom or in your school. There can be leaderboards, give scores for them, etc. Use gamified platforms as well. That's the easiest way to do it. But that motivates. We have done more than 100 academic studies around the world. And we know that when students start to use gamified learning elements and gamified platforms, their engagement and motivation really increase. And therefore, there is a huge learning impact. And that's why we go to school, learning impact. But also, if you use digital learning, that's the number one thing what you need to look at. Is there learning impact or not? There's no point to do things if there is no learning impact. But it's coming from engagement and motivation. And you remember the challenge number one. It was that students don't do hard work anymore. For example, I don't know about other digital learning tools, but I know from our research, when students start to use our platform, they calculate 8 times more. And it's not rocket science. They are just more motivated when they play our learning game. So some outcomes of ICT and gamification. So motivation. Also improved academic performance. Then gamification also promotes positive social and behavioral change in the classroom, because kids are feeling that they are doing something really modern. Even sometimes you can use Finland. Say that this is developed in Finland, and in this platform there is the best practice of Finnish education, or something else. But yeah, really motivates them when they are more active. Active learning is the other thing that I want you to remember from this lecture or presentation. I have already talked about our platform here. Our platform is personalized and collaborative learning platform. I know that you want to get your tea break soon and talk to your colleagues and share all the ideas. And here's coming the summary of my. We started with some challenges what we face now in education. One is that we need to find more active learning ways to help students to get motivated. Motivation is everything. Coming from the word motivera in Greek word, what means that you are moving to somewhere. You are moving towards learning. Our solution in Finland is that we use gamification as a part of the solution and gamify digital learning. That's only one solution, but that's what I want to share here. Then is exam stress. That's a huge challenge for learners. And I know all the suicides, what happened in those days about the battery. I hope that we can somehow in the future face the world. Learning analytics is one answer for that. We don't need that many stressful exams in the future. when we can get real-time learning. We can all the time when students are doing something every day from school level, management level, we can follow different different classes, how do they perform, what is their challenges, what is the, do some kids have learning difficulties. And then we can develop things according to those analyses. So we don't always need that many exams, but it's not that easy to change the whole level exam culture. And then social learning and small dialogues. That's the main point what I came here all the way from Finland, wanted to come here to share with you. Because that's easy to put in the classroom, in all schools in India. Arrange those small dialogues between students. Ask questions. I have studied coaching psychology. It's all based on questions. Ask questions. What did you learn today? What was your insight? What are you going to put into practice? How does this information will change your understanding and your action tomorrow? And also, if you use digital learning, use that pair function where students can work in pair and talk to each other and have that dialogue aspect. Thank you very much, and come to talk to me or Mr. Avan. We are here both today if you want to ask more about questions about our platform or anything from Finnish culture and Finnish education. Thank you very much, and especially thanks for one more thing. I don't know, have you realized, but you have really focused on this, my talk. I'm really appreciative. But I don't think it's only because my presentation was interesting. I think it was the tool at the beginning. Talk to each other, and then the other thing, always have to show those videos or music for students, calm them down, then they are able to focus on that work today really well. Thank you very much. Big applause.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, go ahead. Do you have mic? I cannot hear the... You have mic.
How do you relate learning to obtaining marks? Means which one do you think is more important? Learning is more important or obtaining marks is more important?
What's the second word?
Marks. I'm asking this because in India, most students run after marks. Okay, they are always running after marks. They are not giving more importance to the concept of learning the thing. So I want to know from you, what do you think?
Oh, scores. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, great.
Marks is, scores, yes.
It would be really easy to answer and say that, of course, learning is more important. But we know the culture, for example, here, in order to get to the university, you need to get good scores. That kills the motivation and love of learning. And that's why I know that we cannot totally change that, but of course, love of learning is more important, and it comes from that you're learning not for teacher, not for your parents, not for the exam, not for getting good scores. You're learning for yourself and for life. And but we can somehow influence on that. As teachers and school leaders, let's try to create that atmosphere and that culture for our schools, that the main point is love of learning, and we don't focus on scores. And yeah, let's try to find new ways to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those valuable inputs. and an overview of the education system of Finland. May I request Sushil sir to come upon the stage and felicitate our eminent speaker here with a token of love and affection. And while we are doing that, we are on the same page as sir was just mentioning about dialogue. So we break for a greet and meet session over a hot cup of Hyderabadi chai. And your time is to come back in 10 minutes. We are at 12:15 now. So would request all of you to be back into the room by 12:25. Thank you so much.
Sa ladies and gentlemen. May we have you back on board into the auditorium. We are about to resume the expert talk. May I request all the members, the audience, to be back in the auditorium. Thank you. May I request all of you to be kindly seated. Good afternoon to the eminent guests present here and the audience. An expert talk on alignment of NEP to Sustainable Development Goals. We have Dr. Amita Mullah Watal, the former chairperson of National Progressive Schools Conference and former principal of Springdale Schools, New Delhi. She has worked in the field of education, creative arts, special needs, street theatre, women education, peace studies, and curricular development for nearly 5 decades. She has held several positions in India and abroad on both school and university level. Ma'am is a recipient of prestigious National Teachers Award 2005 and Dr. APJ Kalam, the Endeavour Award, and the Australian government for her work in the area of Asia literacy, along with innumerable awards nationally and internationally. She is the ministerial consultation on the education of National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, member of the National Council of Teacher Education, a member of the Executive Council of NCERT, a member of the governing body of the Central Board of Secondary Education, member of Delhi School Education. Dr. Watal is the former member of the panel of experts at Oslo Coalition at the Nobel Institute. She was on the UNESCO Committee in Geneva for the education of peace and human rights. May we have you on board, ma'am? Your expert talk on alignment of NEP to Sustainable Development Goals. May I have rest of the members back in the auditorium? May I have the spoke kindly help us out in bringing the members back into the auditorium? May I have the volunteers kindly help me out?
I request everybody to please come on in because it's very disturbing for speakers if people keep zipping in and out of a room. So it'd be very nice if the people who were organizing this ensured that everybody was here. You know, I love Hyderabad because this is a homecoming because I used to be teaching at the St. Francis Degree College. I don't know if you guys, any of my students here, I don't know. So give yourselves a big clap because I love that college. I had a blast over there. 3 years, I think, I taught at the college, undergrad and the honors classes. One of the best colleges, I think, the Aditi, the Lady Sri Ram of Sikandrabad, Miranda House. Am I right? Yeah? And before I start, I just want to say that it's so wonderful to see Manojji sitting here. My old friend, young friend. I'm the old one. And Sunita Rao, where is she, for God's sake? Is she here? I don't know what to say about this Sunita Rao. She is one of the most amazing people I know. She is someone who, I mean, who's creative, who's passionate, who's enthused. She's sort of, what shall I say? She's an amalgamation of a woman for all seasons. Sunita Rao, ladies and gentlemen. Sunita Rao. Sunita, stand up and bow. Wonderful. And Sunita, it's only because of you I've come. Because the love and respect I have for you. Thank you. Please sit. When I see my friends here, Jyoti, Aditi, Sudha, such marvelous friend. To me, my colleagues, Voyagers, Mrs. Sudha, someone whose academic excellence has been known to me for so many, many years. Thank you very much, and namaskar. I love this city. I've been told to speak on NEP and sustainability. I'm confused. I'm confused. Total confusion. Now, there was this lovely young woman I met outside, Sunita. I think she's run away. I gave her this for the entire audience. Do you have it? Put it up, put it up, put it up. Can you see all the sustainability? My talk is finished. I'm done. I've given you the goals. I'm off. I think of a poem that comes to me when I think of sustainability. When all the laughter dies in sorrow, when all the tears have risen to a flood, when all the wars have found a cause in human wisdom and in blood, do you think they will curse the sadness? Do you think the eye will blink? Do you think they'll think of the madness? Do you even think they will think? When all the great galactic systems have sighed to a frozen hope in space, do you think there will be remnants of beauty in the human race? Do you think there will be a vestige of a sniffle or a cosmic tear? Do you even think a greater thinking thing will give a damn that man was here? Talia. I want us to think very carefully about this. The NEP is a document that is life itself. So when you say, how do you dovetail it? You don't dovetail life. It's integrated in the system. Every single creature who's born has within it a history of a very violent, beautiful, explosive past which goes back billions of years. We were all born from that great explosion. And the interesting thing is, as it is spoken as far back as the Rig Veda, 2500 BCE. Charitam udar vikar tu vasudhaiva kutumbakam. Enlarge your character to such an extent that it encompasses the world, which means the world is really your family. And why is it your family? Because we're all born from the same starlight. We're all born from those asteroids that made the world, the planet, the only one that we know. And it contains nitrogen, potassium, water, our body, and the elements. You and I are not many. We are one. We're interdependent. The sustainable development concept, sustainability, is about interdependence. If we don't have a linkage with each other, if we don't connect with each other, how are we going to go forward? So what is sustainable education? How do we make children sentient or understanding of nature? It's interesting that we're looking out, but consistently, if you look within the culture of this great country, right up from the days of the Gurukul, you think of nature, ecology, being an integral part to who we are. We've signed all those documents of COP15. I'm sure you read it, right? COP15, Conference of Parties. But the funny thing I would like to share with you is that all the developed nations, which have already finished this planet, want us to sign it. It's very easy for developed nations to tell another nation which is developing that, you should be careful of the carbon footprint, because they've already been there, they've done it, they've finished it off. So if you say that Sweden and the Northeast, the other Scandinavian countries, America, which is one of the biggest perpetrators of the biological, of the biodiversity footprint, China that continues to do it and go against whatever we conceive to be as biodiversive. And yet, in the COP15, we as a developing nation are constantly being asked to ensure that we are careful about sustainability. But we're developing. How do we do that? If you look around you, and why am I saying all this? Because it's important that it gets ingrained into the life and the mind of young people. If you look around the world, what do you see? You see that Europe is in recession. You see that UK is in great recession. You see that Japan has become so old, everybody is 105 years old in Japan. There are no young people. There's nobody around. I don't know, if some of you have gone into Tokyo, I'm always nervous. I went to a visit to Tokyo to do some inspection of a CBSE school. I was so nervous because I felt if I touched somebody, they'd fall and, God forbid, they'd drop dead. Because everybody was so old. And yet, we think of Ikigai and we think Okinawa and we think the secret of happiness. For God's sake, everybody's so old and people are quite depressed there. The highest rate of suicide amongst women is in Japan. So, the new kids around the block really are South America, Africa, India. Because we are the ones who are going to take on this great legacy of the future. And so how do our children understand sustainability? How do they understand ecological competencies? And what is an ecological competency? I don't want to sit here in a room of teachers and principals and take your knowledge for granted. I know that if I start talking about carbon footprints and environmental clubs and water harvesting, flushes that don't flush water, but yet everything inside the flush disappears Because everybody knows the answers to everything today in schools because the children are our guinea pigs. The children are doing everything that you've been asked to do by CBSE circulars, right? Every day one circular comes. One circular a day. Taliyan. Huh? Manojji is going to finish me off the moment I go out. But he and I are old friends. I've survived. He's survived. That's love. So the point I'm saying is ecological literacy. The ecological literacy is actually in the mind. Because if you keep doing activity after activity after activity, when do you reflect? When do you reflect? We have become so activity driven that reflection has finished. There's no time for reflection. Right. And I will tell you something, my friends. The people who are sitting here are the ones who reflect the most, the teaching community. They reflect the most because perhaps that's what they've been made for. Perhaps that's who they are. And yet they are driven towards 40 minutes of a class, 35 minutes of a class. How many activities can I pack in? How many death by PowerPoints do I do? Death by PowerPoint these days, am I right? Please. So, we have to look at what is, let's just take up one thing and work on it. And there has to be a deep dive into the learning of that. Because there's a huge information overload. Sustainability is killed by information overload. Why is it killed by information overload? Because information is highly contested, at the same time so abundant. So, it's like Schwarzenegger's movie, True Lies. What's the truth? What's the last lie? I mean, one doesn't know. Hasta mañana, baby. We don't know the truth from the lies. There's so much of, so what I'm trying to say here is ecologically, how do we make our children believe that they are stardust and they are golden and they have to work in the garden? Years ago in the early 60s, I had attended a festival, perhaps you weren't even born then, in a place called Haight-Ashbury in Woodstock in America. And it was the hippie generation then. The Vietnam War was just on, the Korean War was just over. And everybody was saying, make love, not war. We should do sustainability. And I can't tell you the amount of garbage that was left behind after that festival was over. So we do festivals and we leave garbage behind. We do carnivals and we leave garbage behind. Who are we? So the other thing is, how do we bring ecological literacy into the lives of our children? How do we ensure there is cultural literacy? These are all parts of sustainability. How do we ensure cultural literacy? And what is cultural literacy? The ability to move through cultures, the ability to move through languages, and the ability to believe that we do not demonize the other on religion, on caste, on status, on rich, on poor. That's sustainability. Because if only one type of people are sustained, the world will be a very boring place. Homogeneity is the death of creativity. Heterogeneity is life. And so heterogeneity is what we need, and heterogeneity is sustainability. You have an entire sustainable development framework which talks about say no to hunger, say no to poverty, livelihoods. And we're all told, look at number 4, Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which is lifelong learning, inclusion, blah, 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 and all that spiel. For God's sake, you and I are connected with 17 sustainable goals, not one. Because every single goal is integrated within the national education policy, whether it is through vocational education, where we look at livelihoods, and we look whether it's when you engage with people from the villages or from internationally, which is partnerships, which is Sustainable Goal 17. Whether you believe that the life of a child is not a package deal, it has within it the pipes and the drums and the sounds and the colors of its growing up years. And it's this child who's going to become the adult of tomorrow. And so, it's so imperative that our schools become laboratories of learning and not merely laboratories of academia. And laboratories of learning have compassion, empathy. And can you connect compassion and empathy to a sustainable development goal which is mentioned in the NAP? Can you think about it? Gender sensitivity, Sustainable Development Goal 5. Sustainable Goal number 3, which is mental health and well-being. These are all integral. These are all integral to the NEP. Because we talk about balancing of lives. We talk about how do we look at wealth. It's interesting. 62 people in this whole world hold the wealth of 3.8 billion poor. Can you imagine? 62 people. I must tell you about, have you heard of Professor Yashpal? He was a great scientist. He was on my board, you know. He and I were good friends. He was a fabulous man. And he used to tell me, you know, Amita, if you're a creator, if you're a consumer, you must also be a creator. How much we are consuming. Have you seen the garbage coming out of our houses? Swiggy. I think we're living on algorithms, are we not? Our life is an algorithm. Sustainability is not about algorithms. It's about the earth. It's about how, I'm not against technology, please don't misunderstand me. I was just telling Aditi I'm a dinosaur, but I'm not really a dinosaur, I'm semi-dinosaur, getting there quickly. So the point I'm making to you is the algorithms have taken over your lives. Why did you clap for reflection? Are you reflecting? Swiggy se ye khana manga lo. I mean, Netflix are telling you what to look at. Shadi.com is telling you who to marry. Naukri.com is telling you what Naukri to take. Right? Google is telling you where to go. Are yaar GPS laga do. Are bhai. What is wrong with your brain? Have you forgotten the roads? It's the easiest. It's the easiest. Sustainability is not about ease. It's not ease. Sustainability is about thought. It's about thinking. It's about consistently evolving. Chat GPT has finished everything recently. Chat GPT, I'm sure you know it. Now what are we going to do with it? But we have to find ways and means of managing Chat GPT in our lives. And so I think innovation is about sustainability. And NEP is about innovation. And the most important thing that I think in many ways that we learn through the NEP is that we look indigenously also. We look at our own culture also. We certainly transmit ourselves to the world cultures, but within our own cultures, we look inside ourselves and see what is the kind of flora and fauna that can help us. I mean, it's strange that Linus Pauling, who got the Nobel Prize in chemistry and in peace, said, this century is going to be one of health and happiness. मुझे तो दिख नहीं रही कोई health or happiness. Everybody is either round or diabetic or blood pressure. I'm not going to ask, hands up, कौन diabetes है, कौन BP है. No, you're too young. Health and happiness, what happened? So I think we have to ensure that health, happiness, and sustainability form a kind of a bridge that knits us together. We're looking at the big things. Have you heard of the theory of chaos? Have you heard of a guy called Edward Lorenz? He talks about the theory of chaos. And you know what he says? He says, this is a metaphor. He says, he talked about, it's a mathematical theory, and I was bad in maths because my teacher was, she was wonderful. Perhaps it was me, right? It was me. I will never say anything about a teacher, never in my life, because it'll be killing myself. So, Edward Lorenz said that if a butterfly flaps its wings in the Amazon, there will be a storm in Beijing or in Dhaka. What did he mean by that? Small things lead to large effects. Have you seen what's happening around us? We keep talking about climate change, but I think intrinsically somewhere we have all become party to that change. Climate action, sustainable goal 10, I think it is. 10, is it? Climate action. So how do we look at this climatically? How do we look towards it? I think 10 minutes are over. Am I right? 10 minutes are over. I'm going to finish now. I don't know whether you got anything out of what I said. Did you? Okay. I'm just going to end it. By saying one thing, which I say in many places, and I feel a bit like Dr. Karan Singh, because I used to love Dr. Karan Singh. I used to go for every talk of his. You know Dr. Karan Singh, the old stalwart of the party, which I will not mention these days. You can't mention names of any political parties or I'll be trolled. The thing is, Dr. Karan Singh was an interesting man, but he used to always give the same speeches for 40 years. I'm getting worried, Sudha, I'm going to become like that. But I'm going to repeat this one thing. If you give me permission, Sunita. The Finland guy took 5 minutes extra, Ray. Is he around? He's buzzed. Sorry, Finland. Okay. So, just remember one thing. If you teach heat, light, and electricity, what topic? Physics. If you teach physics or sciences, just remember that if you leave your lights on, you're affecting that coal miner in Dhanbad who's going down that mine. His lungs are filled with coal, and he'll be dead. And he'll have a widow, and the coal barons will not pay for her. And he'll have 4 children because that's all that they do for excitement. If you're teaching geography and you're teaching rice cultivation, just remember that farmer who's standing in 3 feet of water to take the rice and the paddy out, body filled with leeches, will commit suicide because the distribution is not proper. And we'll be responsible because we left that rice on that table and we didn't think about that farmer. If you're buying a blue jeans, remember that woman from Dhaka who for 1 taka a day is making indigo jeans. Her hands are filled with chemicals. That's all I want to tell you. Sustainability is about the earth. It's about the other. NEP. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. A power-packed session right now, a talk on alignment of, ma'am, please. May I request Mrs. Sunita Rao to kindly do the honors. Thank you so much, Amita ma'am, for that power-packed talk. I'm sure all of us carry back loads of messages from every session that we've had. Post tea was a wonderful show. Thank you. Quality education and individualization, taken up by Dr. Jackie Chen, founding educative director, Early Teaching and Learning Academy, with an extensive research in the field of early childhood for past 34 years, has, especially with regard to mathematical skills, has been instrumental in proposing various educational policies. Ma'am has developed teacher training and teacher development programs in early childhood based on the theories of Howard Gardner. Thank you so much, ma'am. On to you with quality education and individualization.
I'm going to tell you two stories to begin my talk. This is in a second grade classroom in the United States. On a Monday morning, when I walked into the classroom and I heard what the teacher said, "Boys and girls, take your notebook out, start writing the journal for the week, and write something about what you have experienced over the weekend." Then teacher walk around and saying that if you need help with writing, raise your hand, I'll come to you. She was walking and walking. When she came to this boy, David, she said, "David, what are you doing? Look, you only draw. You didn't write a word. Start writing." Now I want you to look at what David was drawing. What have you noticed? What have you noticed? What are these people doing? Look at another one. This is what he was drawing. Tell me what you noticed and what you wondering. Can you hear me? But I cannot hear you. It's the basketball game. Yes. What else you notice? These people are playing basketball game, right? Basketball court. What happened? Look at this. Number 20. Number 20 is supposed to go there, right? Okay. How about number 10? Number 10 is supposed to go here. What is going on here? Planning. So if you were the teacher in that classroom, what would you do? Talk to your neighbor. Tell each other, what would you do if you were the teacher in that classroom? Talk to each other. Give to them, yeah. Okay, tell me, what would you do if you were the teacher in that classroom? Any thought? What would you do? Yeah, Suzanne.
So probably I think that is what I think, multiple intelligence or multiple smartness of Howard Gardner comes here. And the teacher for quality education must plan her lesson or his lesson or whosoever's lesson. That lesson must be planned in such a way that it caters to the needs of each and every learner.
Wow, she already gave all the lectures or the talks that I had to give. Okay, thank you. So I'm sure lots of you have talked about, if you were the teacher, you probably would see, look at this. How interesting this is. Tell me a little bit more about what's going on here. How about write about what you're planning there? And we already know this child certainly knows a lot about basketball court, right? And he also thought a lot about not just moving around, there has to be strategies that you can win. So how about let this child to write about what he is so interested in it? Instead of curse the child, encourage the child to writing. What is writing? Writing has to have a purpose. And here is the purpose. How about to tell a child, if you write down, so we can share with others, so other people can learn about the strategy you're talking. How about to share with the whole team, and then they can win? That number 10 may be going to do something really, really strategic and trick the other team. That kind of a conversation will not just help the child to write, but increase the child's self-esteem. I'm good at something. Let's look at another example. This is what we call readiness test in the United States. What is so-called readiness is when at the beginning of the school year, and the children will take this kind of assessment, then you see, and if they get a certain grade, and then they will say, you are ready for particular grade. This is for the first grade. And this is a part of a test called the Cranberry School Readiness Test. And on the left side here is the model. On the right side, students supposed to copy exactly what they look like on the left side. So you see, and this is a circle, and this particular child has some kind of either hands-on or the fine motor issues or the spatial issue. Because you can see this child has a difficulty to copy some of the basic shapes, right? Okay. So when I walk into this classroom, Mr. McDonald said, Jackie, look, I have so many children who are at risk for school failure. This is just one example. Look at this child, Tom, who almost knows nothing about everything. That's what the teacher said. However, and the next week, when we work in the classroom, we introduce so-called mechanical learning center. And here is one activity in the mechanical. This is a so-called oil pump. Part and put back together. This activity, it took this Tom about 2 minutes to take it apart, to put it together. The same activity took about 4 minutes for teacher to complete. Okay, so here you see, it is also require fine motor skills, also spatial reasoning. How come? You see, there's such a wide difference between the test and the real task. Okay, so that's what I'm going to talk about, quality education. And for the UN talk about ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And what I'm going to talk about, as Dr. Stan said, multiple ways of learning, doing, and succeeding. When you have multiple ways of learning, doing, succeeding, and you build children's self-confidence and their interest, then they will go to prolonged and lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is not someone gave to you. It's you want to learn. But why you want to learn? It is because you are interested. You want to learn. So, and we know as a human being, and no two fingerprints is the same. And similarly, our mind, our brain, no two human brains same. So we are born differently. However, in our school, we gave the same kind of a test and the same kind of a lecture, and then we rank people based on this bell curve. And based on the test, you are either high or you're low, you are average. And these two, the nature of a human being and the school system, not aligned. That's why we have so many kids failed school. And we have so many kids who do not like school. And here I'm introduced, as Dr. Suzanne said, the Gardner theory of multiple intelligence. And I want to say a few words, and it's not about this. And about 5 years ago, and Dr. Howard Gardner was my advisor when I worked in the Harvard Graduate School of Education for my postdoc. And he introduced me to that. And then we talked. The first time, and he came to Chicago, and we met, and we connected right away. And then a pandemic happened, and we didn't have any connections. And after the pandemic, one time, and she sent an email, she said, "Do you remember me? Could I forget you?" So this is why I'm here. So I told Howard before I came, and I said, "Howard, look, something you tried to help, and 5 years ago, now become a reality." And he said, "Please give my best regards to India educators." Yeah. And I'm going back in Boston in May, and I'm going to tell him what I have experienced here. Thank you for the invitation. Okay, long story short, Howard Gardner proposed the theory of multiple intelligence. In a nutshell, we are all different. We look different, and we think differently. The intelligence, human intelligence, are multifaceted. And we use that to solve our problems in different ways. There is no one way that is the best way, okay? So, and put that in the educational application. And I have worked with Howard Gardner for 34 years, because the year my son was born is the year I started working with him. So we published many books about the curriculum, assessment, and also the general educational theory. What is I put in a very short and a way to talk about this education application is that it is us educators to define the learning goals, and our society define the learning goals and the concepts. But we can use multiple ways to get into that learning goals and the concepts. We can use verbal intelligence, verbal linguistic ways, and the visual spatial ways, and the bodily kinesthetic, music and rhythm, and the logical mathematics ways. And there doesn't have to be just one way to teach, okay? When you use multiple ways, you reach multiple minds, and you build multiple ways of thinking, learning, doing, and succeeding. So I'm coming back to the story of Tom. And Tom, remember, does not like writing. And his teacher said he knew nothing about everything. He certainly was not interested in writing. But he was so good about the tools, because that's where his father is a carpenter. So he knows so much about the tools. So teacher said, how about we build on this child's strengths and think about writing a tool dictionary, because he knows so much tool. And here he has to write something. So I only give you 2 pages of his long tool dictionary. Here's an H. So Tom drew the hammer and the nail and dictated his definition to the teacher. Then he labeled them accordingly, hammer and the nail, okay? And this is another thing, and he started writing about what is the school drive, and also about the bottles of glue. In other words, and the teacher really built on Tom's strengths, and then indicated and his way of learning in other areas of academic schooling. So takeaway message: all human beings have the full range of intellectual potential. We all have these potentials, but no 2 people have the same fingerprints, and no 2 individuals have the same intellectual profile. We all know this. So what we need to do is for inclusive and equitable education, and we need help students to reach their fullest potential by attending to the strengths, building the assets, and strive for excellence. Okay? And this is my story. Thank you. Any questions? You have to ask a question because I'm going to school, your school. Excellent question. Okay, in India or in China, I work with the Chinese teachers a lot. In China, and the classroom can be as large as 50 students. I was a teacher in China. I had 60 students. So I do know that. Now I'm also working in the United States, and the classroom has 15 children. Okay, so it's a very different. We won't be able to borrow something directly to here. But I also want to tell you, and unfortunately, in the United States, even though there are 15 children in the classroom now are volunteer, there's many behavior problems. And you really often could not teach because they are crying, they are irritated, and they make them fuss about, and they're running around, and they kick off you, and they really, and throw out of the tables. Everything can happen. And here, we don't have that many problems. But we have an issue or challenge of a large classroom. So what is important, first and foremost, it's just like early mathematics, is teachers' understanding. Teacher needs to know that. First, we don't have a choice. Okay, and you have children come to you, you have to teach whatever the children you have. But it is really important to know children. How do you know that? If you have 40 children, okay, you will not be able to give this child and that child different curriculum. But what you can do is that, in addition to that 40 minutes you're going to teach, and try to think about curriculum and project-based learning. Okay, when you have a goal, I want children to learn about this particular concept or about our community. There are multiple ways to learn about this community. We don't have to learn all in the same way. In the end, if children get engaged and build the funds of their knowledge, they learn deeply, they engage and thoroughly, and they want to communicate with others, and that is a way of learning. In our old days, we always say, oh, everybody got this concept, everybody I taught. But you taught doesn't mean children learned, okay? They are not always equivalent. We want children deeply engaged so they can construct their knowledge, okay? It is a challenge. It is not like I do not recognize. But most important thing is that teacher really understand, as I said before, no average child, no standard child. And each child is individual. We do not just teach curriculum. We must first and foremost understand each individual child. Thank you.
Like Dr. Chan told us, like we all are unique and all are different, and individualized expression should be allowed. Hence,
thank you. Okay, this is my expression. Thank you.
like in India, we policy, so I down to the division. What is
Okay, in the United States, we give a big hug. Okay, big hug.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
So I'm here to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Manoj K. Srivastava, and he's going to talk about quality education and challenges in NEP. And let me tell you a bit about Mr. Manoj. Mr. Manoj is director in CBSE under the Ministry of Education, Government of India. He has 27 years of experience in the administration, examination, educational, governance, and policy matters. He holds a master degree in business administration. He has been in the CBSE for over 2 decades. He's been a member of the review committee constituted by the Ministry of Education for review of the NEP draft document in the light of the stakeholders' feedback and wider consultations. Mr. Manoj believes in one thing deeply, and that is we all exist for a purpose, and we must justify that. We welcome you, Mr. Manoj.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know the table is laid outside, hot curry is waiting for all of you. If I speak beyond the time allotted to me, I'll be risking life. I will not venture that. Before I begin my presentation, few word about the previous speaker, Amita ma'am. Ma'am, only wish that you were my principal. And then I realized, sitting over there that what makes CBSE a brand? Not here to do marketing or defend CBSE, but what makes CBSE a brand? All of you together make CBSE a brand. I'm indeed delighted to be here, to be a part of this conclave. And why I'm here, there are 2-3 reasons, ma'am. One is that when you have a policy document like NEP 2020, there's something called buy-in environment. There's something called advocacy program. There's something called orientation and sensitization. When you are chasing for such a comprehensive document for a country as huge as India, as diverse as India, how much of a convergence is required to be done at every stage. It's a challenge. When you conduct an event like this, you actually create a very positive atmosphere of assimilation of energy and ideas and intent. So I congratulate the organizers, Sudha ma'am, Sunita ma'am, Yashasvi, Sushil, Komaraya sir, the entire team, and the principals of DPS and the Palvi group of schools. It's a cause actually worthwhile doing, and you are into it. I'm thankful to my Honorable Chairperson CBSE, who nominated me for this conclave, and to give how CBSE looks at certain things and what are the expectations of CBSE from the ecosystem. At personal level, when you interact and listen to the expert and eminent speaker, it's always mutually gainful and personally gainful. I'm really delighted to be here. Event like this brings a sense of significance and importance, as well as some kind of a positive atmosphere. And with so much of gathering, I have been told that there are principals, there are parents and teachers, and this NEP concerns everybody. That therefore, it actually warrants the involvement of everyone. So from that standpoint, I find that the arrangement is very professionally done, and my compliment to all of you. NEP, as Amita Madam has said, that it is not an ordinary document. It is a document which has come as an outcome document after a very, very wider consultation. I know for sure that being a part of the review committee, which was constituted by the ministry under the then chairperson CBSE and then the former secretary School of Education, Rita Madam, the committee had representation from NCRT, NIS, NCT, and various other premier institutions. And the idea was that the draft NEP document should be put out in public domain so that everybody has an access to it. The intent of the government was very clear. It goes to the public domain, and everyone, right from child to teachers, the parents, the grandparents, the educators, the policy makers, institutions, principals, all get an idea as to what this document is actually referring to or talking about, and what does it aim to. And then the views were invited. Consultation took place at the block level, at the cluster level, at the district level, at the Zilla Panchayat level, and eventually it led to an accumulation of roughly about 2.25 suggestions, 2.25 lakh suggestions, and then they were examined by the NCRT. Believe you me, when you have a document in the form of a draft document, then inviting a wider consultation and a feedback from the public at large, examining it, and you get all mixed kind of a reaction. NCRT and CBSE actually did a tough job by, classifying them into which recommendation was unanimously or majority-wise agreed, or which recommendation was objected to, or what are the suggestions, substantial suggestions given by the different set of people. And then each of the recommendations, the objections, the feedback given by the public at large, not only one constituent, I would say parents, the education system, the teachers, principal, everybody offered some suggestion. These were examined vis-a-vis the original recommendation given in the draft document. And then, depending on that, if the spirit of the NEP is not challenged, and if the suggestion adds value to the document, they were agreed after discussion and incorporated. So, you'll have to accept the fact that this NEP document is actually a document which comes with a lot of unanimity, consensus. So, a lot of confusion is also created at time that the previous NEP and this NEP. This NEP is more of a change of gear and a direction. You had an NEP in place, and that time the country scenario was different. Today, in corporate word, they use a word, they call it testal analysis. When a system operates or an entity functions, you have something like a political environment, you have like economical situations factors, you have environmental factors, you have technological factors, you have societal factors, you have legal factors. These 6, 7 environment actually create a general environment in which you function. Now that, 34 years, 30 years down the line, you know that the country has moved forward. And therefore, for a faster growth rate and for a diverse, advancement, you need to have a policy document which supports that, which is in harmony with the requirement of the global and the overall industry scenario. So that is how you have a new document, which is more of a consolidation of the previous document, because the government policies are more or less in continuation of the previous policy. So this doubt should be clarified. The government of India was very clear that that we must capitalize, we must leverage all the good work that has happened, and then the gray area, the deficit, wherever that has been noticed, should be acted upon. Now, how does a change come in? Change is either externally imposed or internally induced. And how does it externally impose? When you are told or when you are exposed that you have stood on 72nd position out of 73 countries in PISA, and when you are told by a report, by the ASA document that the class 5th, grade 5th student, 40 to 50% cannot read grade 2 literature, this actually warrants, auditing a relooking of the state of affair. And, so this becomes more of an external compulsion as to why you should go for a change. Then the second is internally induced change. You know that things have changed, the socio-economic conditions have changed, the country has moved forward, it has become more developed now. So what you were taught some 30 years back will not serve the purpose. So you have got to stay very, very relevant and contemporary vis-a-vis the global scenario. So these two together actually warranted a document, and we are blessed and privileged that we have a document in place. Since NEP launch, it has been gathering momentum. There are discussions of all kinds, we are aware of it. If you have noticed the CBSE website, Amita ma'am said circular, every day one circular. I really like that. Because after 2020, many times when you take up a larger cause, it becomes purely government responsibility. Even if it is Sabhai Abhiyan initiated by the Prime Minister, it primarily becomes the government's responsibility. Which should not be the case, because we all together form an ecosystem, right? So after the release of NEP document, there has been umpteen number of circulars by the NEP for the purpose of creating an atmosphere which enables the easy rollout of NEP. And that's the whole idea. I have made a PPT. I'll show you. So how many of you are a principal out here? How many of you have actually very seriously gone through this document and has implemented it? Please raise your hand. Just 5 or 6 hands. Why is it so? We have people like, eminent educators like Dr. Jyoti Gupta, Amita ji, Sudha ji, and many others. They've all contributed, most of you, to develop this document, which is about the competency-based education. And how does competency-based education take place? Does it take place in isolation? You'll have to identify the learning outcome, and you all know learning outcome. So learning outcome, grade-specific and subject-specific and topic-specific, these were determined by the NCERT. We implemented it, and we generated a document, you see, for Hindi, class 1 to 10, English class 1 to 10, Maths class 1 to 10, even for EVS class 3 to 5, and Science 6 to 10, and Social Science. It's such a voluminous document running into 1,000 pages. Please implement this document. The moment you start implementing in a progressive manner, right, you would know that NEP implementation is not such a big task. So this circular, I think, stands to reason. And why was this? Because this was issued post NEP. And NEP talks about moving away from the so-called, rote learning and memorization to the more of concept-oriented and competency-based education. So it is only to create a very, very fertile environment in the school setting where both kids, teacher, as an educator, the parents are, sensitized and are made aware of it. Then we released another circular. When the NEP was released by the government of India, then a lot of queries we were getting in the department that when will be implementing this? So we issued a circular. And we could realize that with the resources we have in the form of the extremely talented battery of principals throughout the country, CBSE, I tell you, we took that pride and privilege and that belief in us that we would be able to implement NEP as a first board. And I mean, if you see vis-a-vis rest of the board, I think we are much ahead. So CBSE as a central body will have to issue some prescription, some direction to all of you so that there is a convergence. Nobody starts, interpreting certain things in a manner in which then it gets so diverged that convergence becomes an issue. Leave out NEP implementations. The whole idea is to take entire ecosystem of 30,000 schools on a similar bandwidth. And that is how in a continuous phenomena, there was circular after circular, and then we also realized that unless you may issue a circular, but if the teachers are not trained, which the NEP talks about very extensively, about 50 hours CPD. Now I tell you a scenario when our Center of Excellence and the regional offices write to many of the principal about nominating teachers, we don't find a sponsorship. So either everyone is aware that we will be able to implement NEP without getting to know what LO is and what a competency-based education is. So you need to be trained because NEP actually warrants 50 hours of CPD and you'll have to do it. So Center of Excellence and our training unit has given detailed modalities and the format in which training will be conducted. And if you have noticed, even NCERT has come out with a detailed CPD guideline. Did you access that information which is there in the NCERT website? Kindly go through. It is so much in detail as to what constitutes 1 hour of CPD. It also takes what will be the session duration. Every minute details NCERT has worked out. So all that I'm trying to say that every unit of the government, right from NCERT to CBSE to UGC, working in tandem, it's a huge country. And therefore, the whole effort is to go in a very, very conscious manner. And there is an attempt that anything that we do should not be rolled back. So there is a lot of discussion before anything is rolled out. Training is one of the area, and all the training that is happening, at national level, you would have noticed the NCERT launched this star program. Then there was Diksha portal. I think each one of you have benefited. Was it not a response on the part of the government? It was, right? You need to make good use of these. Now, the topic that is given to me, challenge of NEP. As far as I am concerned, there is no challenge of NEP. Not that I am under compulsion. This. So it's a fact, I tell you. Let's talk about fund for education. There is so much of fund mobilization on the part of the government of India. There is state level, lot of alertness, a lot of queries that are coming in, right? Everyone is wanting to know what CBSE has done or is likely to do it so that they can follow this. So I would be very specific discussing about the challenge. Let's say fund, because the first thing that comes when you embark upon a new initiative, who will give you the fund? How would you mobilize the resources? The fund is not a bottleneck. The government has already allocated huge fund with provisions for the reforms, and this year budget itself is 13% higher than what was allocated in the previous year. PTR, let's say people-teacher ratio. Now, PTR is a very critical phenomenon as far as CBSE is concerned. CBSE has been trying to impress upon all the school by persuasion that there should be a very standard prescribed PTR, which most of CBSE schools follow. I really don't know about this state boards and all. At CBSE, they all follow, the PTR prescribed by us. But PTR, again, there is a theory which was given by Andreas in his book, Building Schools for 21st Century, where he mentioned that the concept in the Western country that smaller classes will do better in terms of academic performance was proven wrong when he conducted PISA, when he did ultimate micro-level analysis. He realized that country with large classes, size, they were doing better because there were a lot of peer learning was happening. So, all kind of a theories goes on. And then he also did a very interesting finding that deprivation is destiny. Like if you're poor, if you're deficit, you don't have fund or resources or infrastructure, in all probability you would do worse. But that was again proven wrong by the PISA finding. So, these theory operate. And when we form a narrative, we need to be very, very careful about it. So as far as PTR is concerned, CBSE, we are all in place and things are happening in the manner in which it should. Healthy and safe environment. Every CBSE school, I can tell you that they follow the stipulations given by either CBSE at the central level, and since they exist in the state scenario, they also adhere to the criteria, recognition norms given by the state. So as far as safety issues concerned and health issues concerned, that part is also taken care of, and that cannot be a kind of a hindrance for implementing NEP. Now, curriculum development. You know that we have an NP in 1986, and the policy document was then read, and then there was a program of action 1992, and then you eventually had an NCF 2005. Now, NCRT was given a very tight timeline by the government, and they have already developed the NCF for the early childhood education, and now NCF school education is already in public domain. I'm assuming, and I would request all of you to kindly go through the document. It's a very, very important document which NCRT has prepared with wider consultation with all experts. And it has again been put out in the public domain because they want your ideas to be, put forward so that that is examined, and then wherever some minor changes are required to be done, it should be done. So I'm assuming that all those schools which are up to senior secondary would go through and offer their valuable comments to the NCRT. So this is also not a challenge. At the ministry level, if you see, they have loaded several videos and academically enriching documents. One is Nipun Bharat, which was about improving children learning competencies in reading, writing, and all. So I really don't know how many of you have seen this video. It is very well engaging and defining videos. Kindly go through those videos, because the whole idea was that ministry, CBSE, NCRT, NIES, state machinery, school as a constituent body of the whole ecosystem should work cohesively. And government just gives an idea that now this is the next stage. Then the academic bank of credit, there's a lot of work going on. UGC has already issued several circulars, with regard to implementation of NEP, and some positive assimilation of what CBSE as a board will be doing post NEP and post NCF school education, and what UGC would be bringing some change. So there's a lot of work going on. For Diksha, when the NCRT launched, they also conducted 5 days extensive training program, and the school took a lot of advantage of it. I'll go to the last slide, and circulars was not to intimidate all of you. These circulars was only to tell all of you that these are all there. These are all dotted lines, because I quite agree with most of you that when there are multiple directions, they need to be connected together so that there is a total picture on the canvas. That's the only point I would try to say that. And many times even I do it also, we are so much into delegation that, there is a circular of 16 page or 5 page or 3 page, please give it to next vice principal or somebody, they will go through and tell you. So And that should not be the case, because NEP, we are having to deal with a very, very exciting and charged atmosphere, and therefore let's make every effort to make good use of it and respond to the government. I would appeal from the dais that, there's a lot of work happening in the CBSE, there's a lot of, and all this is happening with the support of each one of you. We're not doing anything in isolation. Because unless you help us out, unless you give your valuable suggestion, and you give, very, very brilliant ideas, and that gets incorporated, and then it becomes a document. And then even after becoming a document, it is curated. It is subjected to another round of scrutiny in terms of, if anything is going objectionable or anything is insensitive to anybody, right? So things are happening in a proper shape. Somebody mentioned about assessment. Jyoti ji, you are a part of it. You know that there was a conscious attempt that when you move towards a particular set of sample question paper or a board examination to something which is so radically changed that you would not be comfortable. So then it was, after a lot of deliberation, decided that we will be doing changes in an incremental manner. So you started with 20%, then 30%, then 40%, 50%. And we would appreciate that if you could replicate the similar model down the line in your backward classes, so that, from the feeder section to class 9th, 10th, 11th, and you're so geared up that nobody feel, panic or something new is happening. So therefore, you also need a responsibility within your small unit of school. Imagine if a small change, you find it difficult to in a school which is in 2 acre located with hardly 2,000 kids and 200 parents. I mean, that's the case. 30,000 in a school and so many kids is a challenge for us. So start implementing each one of this. And the whole idea of having a CBSE cluster and all is to ensure that the district and the state as a unit as a whole, everyone thinks in the similar direction, and there is no transmission loss as to what CBSE has expected you to do and what you are actually doing in the field. These are all the compositions now, which is given in the assessment. Close my topic. And there's something which I was very impressed, I read it somewhere, I thought I will share with all of you. My takeaways of a brilliant stuff which I studied somewhere, thanks to WhatsApp, it came only through WhatsApp. Say that, is it visible to all? Because I can't see that. Can someone read it? Scientists have found that animals, trees, and other forces of nature are more receptive to the law of wasted efforts. Only humans think that the lack of success in a few attempts is failure. But the truth is that we only fail when we stop trying. Lions in their hunting fail in 75% of their attempts. Despite this small percentage, they don't despair in their pursuit and hunting attempts. The main reason for this is not because of hunger, but it is the understanding of the law of wasted effort that has been instinctively built into animals, a law by which nature is governed. Success is not to have a life free of pitfalls and faults, but success is to walk over your mistakes and go beyond every stage where your efforts were wasted, looking forward to the next stage. I would refer to what Anita ma'am has said, that sustainability. We are also governed by the nature. If Lion is governed by the nature. We being a part of nature, we are also governed by the nature. So therefore, this law applies to us also. And we are again governed by the so-called wisdom and intellect. So we are doubly governed. So we cannot allow anything to slip away. I would only end with the very theme of the book. You all must have read Paulo Coelho when he said that when you actually aspire for something, the universe conspire. Let us all become, conspirator. Let's all become universe in ourselves and aspire and conspire together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful and enriching insights into NTP. May I request our chairman, sir, to please come forward and felicitate Srivastav, sir, with a small token of love and affection. Thank you, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch now. The time by my watch is 1:55, so we come back into the place here at 2:25 sharp. Please enjoy all the Hyderabadi delicacies that's been curated especially for you. A gentle reminder to all of you present here, we are slightly running behind schedule, so requesting you to quickly complete your lunch and come back in time at 2:25. Thank you.
Okay. Microphone. Saraj.
Hello. 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 Sick. Sick.
Nikhil. Unmute on that. Hello. Nikhil. నువ్వు మాట్లాడు. వాడు మాట్లాడేది కాదు వస్తుంది. హలో.
I request all the participants to come back to your seats. The session is going to begin in the next 2 to 3 minutes. May I request you to call your colleagues, friends back into the hall?
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Can you hear? Nikhil. 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 Can you hear? Nikhil. Hello. 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 Hello.
May I request all members to come back to the hall? Can the host team please help us usher in all the participants back into the meeting hall? All the principals, teachers, all members back to hall, please. I just want to re-announce the timings allocated to the sessions scheduled post-lunch. May I have your attention, please? As we are running late, so we've rescheduled and we want your cooperation in this regard to remain here till the end of the sessions. We're going to have the expert talk right now from 2:40 to 3:15. It's a virtual meet. Post that, we have the first panel discussion on who is failing students or the education system from 3:15 p.m. to 4 p.m. We have the second panel discussion, are the schools and parents ready for NEP Vision into Action, from 4 p.m. to 4:45 p.m. And we have the closing remarks from 4:45 p.m. to 5 p.m. So the session from 4:15 has been moved ahead to 5 p.m. We request you to be seated and be part of the sessions till the end of the program today. Thank you.
Connect చేస్తావా?
Check. Check, check.
లెవెల్ రావాలి నాకు.
Check 1, 2.
ఎస్బీఐ ఇచ్చా.
Check. Check.
I request the audience to be seated. Teachers, please help us in ushering the guests inside.
Check, check. Check. Check.
Nikhil. Hello, Nikhil.
Dear audience, a humble request, since we are advocating sustainable goals, request each one not to waste water. Please complete that water bottle which you pick up and then go for the other one. Thank you so much. And of course, we have learned a lesson not to litter. I would request all of you to pick it up and trash it.
చెక్ చేయి స్పీకర్ ఆన్ చేసి పెట్టే ఉందా ఆడియో ఓకే నువ్వు పెంచు సౌండ్ పెంచు బయటకు వస్తుంది కదా
Check.
Nikhil.
Request all the guests, students, teachers, participants to be seated. We are going to start the session in a while now.
సార్
Welcome back after the lunch break. Mr. Mohan Dal will be joining us virtually today. CEO, Australian Tutoring Association, and CEO, Global Professional Tutor Association. He is a tutor at heart, high school teacher, and a university lecturer. Today, we are delighted to have him on board with us and to celebrate his vision for the tutoring industry, which is to foster a strong self-regulation model and to promote best practice standards for the private tutoring sector within Australia and beyond. He has devised a model for equity and inclusion through the foundation of the ATA charity called Private Enterprise Tutoring Scholarship. Please join with me in welcoming Mr. Mohan Dal. Welcome, sir. Are you able to hear us? Mr. Mohan, are you able to hear us? Can you give a thumbs up if you're able to hear us? Okay, good.
is the theme of the conference. So, vision to action, right? And its impact. So this is what I'm going. One. And I'm going to link the need for vision to those actions. In other words, what we do needs to be is this idea that India should be a global knowledge superpower. So how do we make sure the students that come across us are assessed in a way and taught in a way that enables to ignite their vision and have action that is accountable and appropriate? So it's a big ask. It's a big task and a big ask. So very briefly, I'm not going to go a lot into SDGs or anything like that. I'm only going to draw an atom that's relevant. And the atom that's relevant is this. The SDG talks about quality and talks about targets and implementation. Well, the interesting part of this is in the 3 means of implementation, they talk about effective learning environments. And of course, effective learning environments, they say, are having facilities that enable access. But what they don't say effective learning involves is assessment, actionable, accountable assessment that can bring our vision to action. Now, I haven't told you what vision is, and I don't know if educators have a vision. So we need to discuss vision and action and accountability in very clear terms so that educators are empowered. But what do I mean when I say quality? So if I buy something, I got a phone, what is quality? Quality means it's reliable, it lasts, it's consistent, it does what it's meant to do, and it's something that is made of standards that are embedded and that give me assurance. So quality is evidence when something is lasting, when it has a life, when it's durable. So I've got a question for you, and this is a super important question, and it's a question everyone in any way associated with education must ask, and that's this. If you had one single memory of all of the time you're educated, from primary school, early childhood, to junior secondary school or high school, right through to university, if there's one single moment you remember, one moment, what is that moment you remember about your schooling or your education? Now, I ask this of my students that I teach at university. They're trainee teachers, and I ask them this question. What is the moment that is lasting for them? And if you do that, sit still for a minute and say, what do I remember? What you remember is what has lasted. So, what do you remember? Do you remember the content you learnt? So do you remember a single lesson where someone said, here's a verb, or this is how you add 1 + 1 is 2, or is it something different? And I almost guarantee you people will say this, I don't remember any of that. I remember once that a teacher said to me, you can do this. I remember the thing that I took from school that I remember most is when I was bullied and the fear I had going to school. Or I had an educator from China say to me in a group of bureaucrats and educators in a conference I was asked to deliver for them. And in that room, one of the young people said, the thing I remember was when my mother was called to the school and how anxious she was, even though she was called to school because I'd won a prize. So, what does this tell us? No one remembers the content they were taught. No one remembers lessons. They remember things that are infused with emotion. They remember the things that moved them. They remember something that hurt them. They remember someone who believed in them. So quality in education must be something that is lasting and that gives something that builds. It doesn't detract. It makes people more capable, more sustainable in their life, more empowered, not disempowered, not disillusioned, not angry. So that's super important. So when I train teachers, and they're so infused with, what am I teaching? When I say to them, you're teaching students, you're teaching people, then the movement goes away from the content and onto what they really are meant to be doing. Know your students and how they learn. So the first thing about quality is it must be lasting. So when we talk about accountable assessment and quality, the actionable items when we assess must be lasting. They must make an impact on students that is empowering. So in education, what are the elements of quality? Well, these are them. We want academic rigor. In other words, we want all students to be subject to high expectations where they know they can always grow academically. That's framed around knowledge and understanding. What do I know? Skills. What can I do and apply? Values and attitudes. When I see an issue, how do I perceive it and how would I solve it? And what's my commitment to society and social causes when I do? And in all that, accountable assessment is one of the keys, I believe, to a quality education. So now we move to what I call vision. And can I ask you something? If you can see that, can you see this pen? Yeah? Can you see that whiteboard marker? So vision requires that we can see. Great. So we're walking down a street, and as I'm walking with some of my friends, and we're walking to a dinner, there's a homeless person who calls out to us. And that homeless person says, can I have some money? And we all stop. And someone says to me, keep walking. We don't encourage beggars. And I say, no, this could be my brother. What I see is someone in need. And they say, oh, but you shouldn't give money to beggars. And I say, wait a second. And I walk over to the person and I say, why do you need money? And that person says, I need money because I'm hungry. So I say, great, I'll buy you a meal. Let's walk together and I'll buy you a meal. The last time I did this, I was a bit scared. I met a man, it was during COVID. There was lockdown, there weren't many people around. And this man had a bracelet on his ankle. And the ankle bracelet was from the police to monitor his movements. Tall guy with tattoos, very strong looking, and he'd just come out of prison. And he'd come out of prison and was homeless, and he was hungry. And he said to me, "Can I have money?" And I could see, I said, "Why do you need money?" And he said, "I'm hungry." And I said, "Okay, walk with me." And we walked down to a place to eat. And I said to him, "Are you okay?" And he said, "I've just been released from prison and I've come into a world I don't recognize." Well, we were in lockdown. He was completely disoriented because the streets were empty and he thought he'd come out and see people. So back to vision. What is vision? Vision is seeing something that others might not see. Seeing your brother in someone, or your sister in someone, or your mother in someone who is vulnerable. It's perceiving something. It's understanding. And it means being able to do what others don't, because what you do matters. Now, if you're an educator, if you don't have vision and you can't see without feeling, or you can't see without perceiving something, or you can't see without understanding, you're simply looking, then your accountable assessment is going to be limited. Because when you assess, you can't drive actionable outcomes that can lead to something empowering, and that's important. So vision involves being able to see, here are a series of things that are happening. What will happen next? If everyone walks past a homeless person who's begging, what will happen next? They remain hungry. If everyone walks past a homeless person and gives them money, what happens next? They remain unspoken to. Their story isn't told. So the easy thing to do is give money. The easy thing to do is walk past. But vision requires feeling vulnerable and walking alongside. It requires seeing and feeling deeper. And in education, this is the essence of individuality. Who are you? What do you see? What do you action? And how does what you see and action impact on you and make you grow? So, accountable assessment, I believe, is premised on a vision. You must have vision. And vision doesn't mean I can see. Now, I would argue this. Lots of people have vision. But when I say vision, I don't mean like a dream that drives them. This is a vision. They can see something, but they're not driven by it. I'll give you an example. I had a phone call yesterday, and this particular chap had been an employee of a business that I was asked to consult for. And this particular chap had realized that that business, after I'd finished my period of consultation, the business owner had decided no longer to invest in growing it. And so this person said, "I want more work because I've got a little bit of work there, but I want more work." Now, this guy is an engineer. He's an engineer. He has a full day job. And he said, "Mohan, I keep applying at places, and where do you recommend I look for work?" And I said, "Well, how long do you have to work?" And he said, "I've got 14 hours a week, between 10 and 14 hours a week." And I said, "Great. So you're an engineer, you've got an extra 10 to 14 hours a week, and you keep applying for jobs in different businesses. What would you like?" And he said, "Oh, I'd really like to run my own business." I said, "Great. So when you go and work for someone, they pay you $30 an hour. $30 an hour. So for 10 hours or 14 hours, you can make $300 or $400. So what would happen if you worked for 10 and invested in action for 4? What would happen if instead of being a worker, you built something for yourself? What would happen if you acted on what you want? And he said, "Oh, all right. Oh, now you're talking like those entrepreneurs." And I said, "I don't know who I'm talking like or what I'm talking like. I'm talking to you about authenticity. This is how I live. If you want something, you must invest in it. Vision without action is an ideal without impetus. So many people say, oh, I want to be rich. Great. So what? Work. Do work. Do the things that generate an income. You can't just want something without doing something. Oh, I want to lose weight. Well, do something. Do something. And do it without a gym. Because a gym is an external thing. So if you can have a goal and you pursue it without the need for others to make your goal happen, then you're already powerful. So I say, you want to go to the gym to lose weight? For 30 days, do activity, and then at the end of 30 days, see if you need the gym. And I guarantee you won't need it. Because if you seek outside for discipline, you're looking in the wrong place. If your action doesn't complement your vision and you want someone else to do it for you, or you need a person to tell you, well, you're starting in the wrong place. So wanting something and doing something about wanting something is the essence of realizing a vision. Every educator should do this. If you're an educator in a school without an outside life, with your own goals, what are you doing? What are you doing? How do you meaningfully teach kids goals? How do you meaningfully empower them? How do you show them that you've undertaken a challenge that was hard, where you had to grow? What is an educator if they're not growing? And our assessment must embed these ideals. They must embed them. So there's your case study of Mark. A lot of parents come to me and they say, Mohan, we want your wisdom. I go, okay, let's have a chat. If you think I've got wisdom, let's have a chat. You might be in the wrong place though. So we have a chat and they say, guide me with my child, give me some advice, blah, blah, blah. So we sit down and we have a chat. And then I always give them something to do. Always. I say, next time we catch up, you must do this, this, and this. So a year later, I had Mark come to me and he said, Mark, he said, Mohan. I said, yep. He said, Mohan, I want some time with you. Please inspire me with the next thing to do. I said, Mark, tell me what you did with the first things I told you. He said, what? I said, I gave you 3 things to do. Where are you up to on those? And he said, oh. And I said, okay, so you want my advice? It's ditto. D-I-T-T-O. Go back and do what I told you to do the first time. That was 16 years ago. 16 years ago. Mark still calls me once every 1 or 2 years to have a chat. And he still has not acted. His life has been a series of things that are predictable. Because he has a vision for something, he seeks advice for something, he reads stuff, but he doesn't do anything. Oh, it's a cerebral exercise of moving a synapse. Well, that's not action. That's inactivity, that's entertainment. And I'm not in business of entertainment. I want you to be empowered, and I want my students to be empowered. So, if our whole goal is to turn our assessment and our learning and our passion for our students into action, something must be actionable. Now, let's look at assessment. Assessment is typically framed in terms of 3 things. We talk about assessment being diagnostic. We talk about assessment being diagnostic. We talk about assessment being formative through the process. And we talk about assessment being summative. And then this is great, right? Everyone goes, oh, good. Is it diagnostic? Is it formative? Or is it summative? And I go, well, it can be all 3. And the teachers say, it can be all 3. And I say, yes. A summative assessment is diagnostic for the next thing you're doing. A formative assessment can be summative. And they go, oh, right. Oh, hang on. What? So we can separate things and we can think in terms of aggregating. How do things fit together? And that's super important. Assessment can be formal. Assessment can be formal. Formal means we report on it. We're accountable to stakeholders and the state wants us to gather that evidence. Or it can be informal. Joseph, who's the captain? Joseph, who's the captain of the Royal Challengers Bangalore? Oh, it's Faf du Plessis, sir. Great. I'm not going to tell your parents. I'm not going to be reporting on it. There's no rank. There's no hierarchy. The state doesn't need to know. We can also characterize assessment in terms of assessment for learning, assessment as learning, and assessment of learning. So typically we divide assessment into these things. And when we talk about assessment for authenticity and accountability, we have to ask this: why do we assess? And if you ask every educator I've ever asked, they go, oh, we assess to find out where they're at. I beg your pardon? We assess to find out where the kids are at. Really? Okay. That's why you assess. Yeah, that's why we assess. Right. I said, that's about 50% of why we assess. 50%? No, mate. That's 100% of the reason why we assess. In Australia, they talk like that. They say, nah, mate, nah. Nahi. So why do we assess? To establish what the student knows and can demonstrate. And I say, really? Aren't you assessing yourself to see if you can actually teach? Aren't you assessing whether you taught well? Because if half your kids are failing, where does the problem lie? And then this is what you get from educators, some educators. You get, oh, they didn't do their homework, right? They didn't focus, okay? They don't study, all right? They're at home, that they're not expected to work. Sheesh! So let me get this right. You're a professional educator. You're paid and you call yourself a professional, like a doctor or an engineer or an architect or something like that. You're a professional. So let's have a look at what characteristics of professionals are. So I'm driving my car and I come to a bridge and I see a crack in the bridge. And I call the engineer and I say, engineer, there's a problem with the bridge. Does the engineer say this? Oh yeah, no worries. Drive through the water. What? Drive through the water. Aren't you going to fix it? In other words, if we wouldn't expect an engineer to say drive through the water, why does an educator accept they didn't study? They didn't do their homework. They. Where's the professional? The professional says, how did I engage? What did I do? Did I teach properly? Did I do assessment that was authentic, that was actionable? What did I do? Where is my responsibility as a professional? I'm not going to outsource it to the child. If a child can study on their own, if they can do everything, why are they even at school? They might as well be at home. But if they're coming to school and in your class, or they're in your university, or in your vocational course, or in your early childhood centre, well, they're there for learning. So if they're not learning, the accountability lies at least half with the educator. Now, there's a contest in Australia. Here I am in this beautiful sunburned country, although it's dark outside at the moment. And there's this question, why do we assess? What's the relevance of how we assess? Should we use exams? What's the purpose of assessment? And there's this ongoing dialogue fueled by teachers and by a few psychologists that say we shouldn't give exams. It's high stakes. Even basic exams like your one, you're establishing MLLs, minimum learning, standards, or, these sort of things. Here in Australia, we have a strong anti-basic skills testing movement. Why? 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 If we said a kid can't hear, should we go to a doctor and get their hearing tested as a baseline thing to ensure they've got access to the world? Would that be a bad test? If we see a child who is handwriting, they need occupational therapy because they can't write, is getting an assessment bad because we want to improve their writing skills? And then we have these psychologists saying, oh, we're pressuring kids. There's high stakes testing. High stakes, a basic test is not high stakes. It is accountability for what we're doing. We need evidence-based practice. Evidence-based practice got us through COVID. Evidence-based practice makes cars safe when they're driven and they have an accident. Evidence-based practice. So any educator who's anti-exam, I say, listen, I'm anti-stress. I'm anti-stress on children. I don't want children to be stressed, but I want them to be assessed. And exams are a legitimate form of assessment, but not if they're used to bully, not if they're used to control, not if they're used to coerce, not if they're used to belittle, not if they're used to tell people they're dumb. That's not a legitimate use of an exam. But an exam used as a test in a particular way is perfectly acceptable as an assessment instrument that's valid. Well, why do we have exams and why do we have assessment? Well, the word measure is used. Measure, 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 measure. But if you break apart the word measure, you get assure me, give me assurance. So if we're ever measuring something, if we're enumerating something or giving it some sort of quantitative value, you got 40 out of 100, 100 out of 100, 28 out of 100. Well, what assurance does that give a student and what's actionable? I had a student I taught who got 62 in their entrance exam to university, 62, one of the lowest you could get. And he said, I didn't do very well. I said, really? 62. 62. I had kids who got 95. They didn't captain the water polo team. They didn't look after their teammates when their teammates were injured. They didn't make sure that everyone was included. They weren't kind like you were. They didn't share their resources like you did. You got 62. But that doesn't tell me your character. Let me assure you that that 62 is valuable because that was the effort you could do on those tests and those circumstances at that time. That young man, Alex, went to university, but he didn't get in directly. He had to go on a different pathway to do a vocational few subjects before he got to uni. In his first year, he didn't do very well. By his last year, he was an honor student and flew to New York to do 6 months there as an intern. 62. 62. One of the lowest marks you could get to get entry into university. The question is what assurance? So now we come to quality assessment. So quality assessment is typically defined as being valid and reliable. Validity, how well do assessments assess what they intend to assess? And reliability, are they consistent over time so that if the results had been on the same test had been done at another time, would we have had the same outcome? So these elements need to be in every assessment. We also need quality rubrics, that is, criteria that guides action. What I would like you to do is this. You'll be assessed on 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm accountable for giving you actionable items on 1, 2, 3, 4. Quality assessment also has other characteristics, and one of them is quality design. So when you're assessing students at any level, an assessment needs to be reasonably broad. It doesn't cover one atom of a course that's the size of the galaxy, and then you go, ha, gotcha. It's meant to be broad enough to fairly capture what people know. And then it's also meant to distinguish between levels of achievement. It's meant to have thought about principles of equity and accessibility. And language should not be a barrier that means some students with lower levels of literacy can't access it. A further distinguishing factor of quality assessment is this idea of moderation. Now, most people who are educators may undertake some pre-assessment moderation. And if you look at all the academic literature, there's quite a lot on pre and post assessment, so pre-assessment, post-assessment moderation. But there's very little, if any, on during the task moderation. So let's look at this. All of us live in busy places where there's background noise. Someone gets their assessment paper and there's a worker across the street using a hammer drill and they're getting a headache. What adjustment do I make during a task to accommodate that? What happens if a kid picks up their paper and there's a missing piece of stimulus? What happens if there's an ambiguous question and two students ask, what does this mean? And on the run, you make a change. So we have pre-assessment moderation. How do we assess an item before we give it to make sure that it fairly assesses, is valid and reliable? We have during the task, and then we have post-assessment moderation. So how does this take place? So I do very odd things. I give back my assessment, always anonymous. I do not know who you are. Why? Because I'm not going to judge someone on their name. I'm an advocate for students being known. You must know your students and how they learn. But all assessment is anonymous. You should not know your student names. You should not know their handwriting. You should not know their family background. You should not know who they are. So when I give back the task, I'm saying, number 45731BXL4. Who is that? And then I hand it back. So I had no idea who did what. They know it's fair. My post-assessment moderation is also, I go through every single item. Let's discuss it. Every mark is not final until you've had your say. Look at the marking guideline. I'll tell you what I accepted. If I didn't accept something I should have, tell me. I'll give you an example. Who's the captain of the Delhi Capitals? David Warner. Now, what if someone didn't say David Warner? Would it be right? Yeah, it would be. And here's the problem. Someone could say, Stephen Smith's understudy in South Africa during the ball scuffing scandal. Well, that's right. They've described him. The person who scored the most fours in the IBL. All right, that's also right, but it wasn't named. So the word was who, and then you get 4 answers that are all correct. Well, now what do we do? So post-assessment moderation says we accept what is right. I had a discussion with uni students the other day, and I said, if someone is asked to write 3 things, and they said 5 things, and 3 of them were correct, would that be acceptable? And they said, no, they should have only written 3 things. So I said, if they wrote 3 things that are correct, then the 3 things that are correct should be included. So I'm just seeing if I've gone over time, and I didn't want to. Accountable assessment means, if we can, we integrate communication, critical thinking, collaboration, and creativity. Accountable assessment means we try and integrate a measure of how committed people are. Can we assess charity? Can we assess citizenship? And can we assess continuous improvement? So everyone says, oh, but schools don't teach real things. Well, what are educators facing? Educators are facing things like curricular requirements, social requirements. Are we doing what we should be doing by the society? Vocational requirements. Are we preparing people for work? And the personal requirements of a student. What do they need? And every assessment item needs to do that. So here's a test I once did. I got 0%, naught, nothing. Now listen to this. Jambo Bana Habari Gani. I got 0 out of 100 in a Swahili exam. So what did the marks tell me? It tells me I got 0. What is the average when we give an assessment? The average is the mean of everyone who did the assessment. So what's actionable about 0? Oh, I need to learn to write Swahili. But now let's go to Kenya, where I lived for 2 years, and ask what I learnt. Because when I did that exam, I was observing my family, relatively rich, employing a servant who was a native Kenyan, doing menial tasks around our house, and I felt ashamed. So when I got 0 out of 100 in a test, it doesn't tell me what I learned about humanity. It doesn't tell me what I'd learnt about whether rich families should employ domestic servants and, in our case, treat them in a way that I thought for any family wasn't even respectfully. I'd never do that. So I look back on days with shame on that period. So 0 out of 100, did I learn nothing? I learned to value people, and I learned that there are ways to treat people that are wrong. So last things then, we've got 2 more minutes. To examine means to inquire into. We need to inquire into things when we do exams, but what sort of exams do we have? Well, how many mathematics assessments involve taking the students to a building site, solve a problem? How many mathematics exams children's playground or fix a road? How many chemistry classes analyze the perfume that people wear in class that gives 20% of kids headaches? What are you wearing? What impact does it have on others? So we need to consider the type of assessment in the context of people. So I believe the steps to creating authentic assessment is 1, having a vision and living true to it. 2, understanding assessment, its purpose, and its limitations. 3, understanding how feedback must be actionable. 4, modeling practice. And 5, as an educator, aspiring to be an outlier. You must want to be an outlier. The range of assessments I've done have involved taking students to a jail to hear people say that jails don't work, taking people to a detention center, refugees, going into a place where people are unemployed to apply to see how they're treated, using ChatGPT, using open book testing, and having people set up a business where the taxation they do and the licensing they do for that business is given to a charity. All right, so I will stop sharing. Very happy to have a discussion or a dialogue or take questions or comments or concerns or issues or critique or anything. So if you'd like, please share.
Any questions?
So I've got the Q&A open, but I don't think I'm the host or co-host, I don't know. And I've got the Zoom chat open. So is there anything you'd like to discuss, know about? Will I mute my microphone? Hello.
Hello, can you see me, please? Mr. Mohan?
Yes.
No mind. Okay. However, there are people who are ready with their questions and things like that, Mr. Mohan. So even if you cannot see me, don't worry. If you cannot see me also, no worry, because now they have focused. Can you see me now? Mr.
I can see you, yes.
Yes, very good. Very nice. Hi. It was a wonderful session. I think, we will open up questions. Any questions, audience? Ladies, I think assessments is and our CBSC person is sitting here and he's watching you and observing you very closely, Mr. Dhal. And he's the one who has formulated the assessment patterns, right? So that's the reason why he was observing. I asked him, do you have any questions? We have a number of questions. Assessment, yes, please. Yeah, please ask. over to Nivedita, right?
Yeah? Namaste.
Namaste. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
So my question is about assessment. So assessment, like you said, not just to understand that how much the student understood, but from where, as an educator, where can I take that forward to? So you also did mention about things like charity. So through my assessment, it's that the biggest goal in human life, like to be yourself, the true self and the good human being that people loosely use these days. I want my kid to be a good human being, hence I'm sending my child to school for education. But as an educator, how do they measure that? And you also said about being authentic assessment. So how do, as an educator, I know that on a scale of 10, and everybody's scale is different, if the child is somewhere and how the child is moving there? So how do I assess that child?
Okay, so I heard the second question better than the first question. So can I take that first? So if I'm hearing you right, it sounded like you were saying, if I send a child to school and they are assessed, how do I know the purpose of that assessment and what actionable will come from that to know where they're going to? Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So an authentic educator should have goals for every child. So the first thing we do is we say, who are we teaching? So early in the time we meet someone, we're assessing, and we must record data even if it's not formal. So we give a task early. We give a task. How do you write? How do you speak? Can you question? How do you articulate? What do you know and can you do? And then from there, we set our learning goals. So my goal for this child will be that. Now, if I'm speaking to a parent, then my goal will be articulated as, your child next needs to do this, and my role in helping your child achieve that is this. In other words, as an educator, I place myself under pressure on that journey. And then I do a third thing. I say, in 3 weeks' time, we're going to meet again. And at that point, we're going to have a discussion about whether I've been able to take your child on that journey or not. And if I can't do that, I should have another plan for you. And if I don't, you should be asking whether I'm the right person to be teaching your child. Now, how many educators speak like that? They don't. They don't. The culture of education tends to be, we're the experts, don't ask us, we will tell you. Well, sorry, the most vested stakeholders are parents and children. They're on a journey. If they trust us, we should be able to tell them what we're doing. So we have to have goals, and we have to tell them what the goals are. We have to share them, and we have to help them meet them. Now, about charity and things like that, the real question is, what's the purpose of education? Some would say the purpose of education, yeah, we need to learn stuff. We need to know how to speak and write and blah, blah, blah. But the real purpose is to build character. And what is good character? Who do we respect? We respect people who sacrifice for community. We respect people who give more than they take. We respect people who contribute. We don't respect greed, even if people are rich. We don't admire greed. We admire people like Tata who are rich and humble. We admire people who are ordinary. We admire people we can relate to. We don't admire people who are distant and selfish and narrow and place people in hierarchies and say there's untouchables. Well, what is that? That's ridiculous. It's a fallacy. So I would expect that in terms of what we're developing, we're bringing character into what we do, we're embedding character into how we teach, and we're embedding character into every single assessment. And we have to find ways to do that. Now, if we don't ask the question, we never achieve it. But that doesn't mean we don't do it. I have a lot of people, they say to me, Mohan, you've run, so many half marathons. I go, yeah, it's hard work. They say, but how do you do it? I say, because you don't not do things just because they're hard. In fact, you do them because they're hard, because that builds character. You do things because it matters. It's a test of you. And if you test yourself, you're the right person to be testing others.
Thank you. And I think connected to that, what you said, on the behalf of everyone here, especially the teachers in the class, because this India, you know about the population here, the class size, right? So they are wondering, okay, these ideas are great. I would love to do it. I want to be that person in my kid's life, as an example. But having said that, they're also thinking about the size, which is about, let's say, 40, 41 in one class. So how is that authentic assessment possible?
Okay, I'll show you. I'll give you an example. So I teach teachers in Vietnam, and I go to a school, they've got 40 kids, and they're teaching them English. And they say to me, so they do an exercise, they get 40 kids, and they say, follow after me. Good morning, Mohan. Good morning, Mohan. And they go, good. And I say, hang on a second. I'm going to take 2 minutes, and I'm going to assess everyone here, every single person. I go person by person. Say good morning, Mohan. Good morning, Mohan. Every single person, all 41 of them. It takes 2 minutes. And I notice that 3 of them don't articulate properly. And so I'm going around the room in order, and they think they've been passed. So I go past, and then I go back. What did you say? And then I come back, and then I go back again. And everything is unexpected, and it's playful, and it's joyful. But in 2 minutes, I've got better assessment than English-trained teachers teaching English to these kids. And I'm thinking, you can do it. Big classes are harder, but you can do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohan. We are just running out of time, so I'm so sorry to, just stop you. But I think, it is a wonderful interaction that we have, and, so many questions and so many people, all the policymakers, managements, and so many people are seated here listening to you. And thank you so much from India to Australia with love. Sudha.
Right. No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohan, from the desk. And apologies once again on the delay in the start of the program. We now shift from expert talks to group discussions. I now request and invite the first panel discussion members to please come onto the stage. May I take the honor and pleasure of welcoming Dr. Madhav Deo Saraswat. So may I request you to be taking up the stage, please. Girls and boys, a little warm-up session. You can quickly warm up your hands. That's the way to go. May I now also take the pleasure and honor of welcoming Ms. Sudha Acharya to be a part of the panel discussion. Put your hands together to welcome Ms. Aditi Mishra. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. May I now take the pleasure of welcoming Dr. Amita Mullavatal, who is going to be the moderator for this session. First panel talk. While you take your seats, may I take the pleasure of introducing your profiles once again to the audience. I would take the pleasure of introducing you, ma'am. You've been my favorite. Dr. Amita Mullavatal, once again. Put your hands together for the firebrand, for the lady with the voice, the gift of the gab, Chairperson, Executive Director, Education, Innovations and Training, DLF Foundation Schools and Scholarship Programs. Dr. Amita, former Chairperson of the National Progressive Schools Conference, former Principal of Springdale Schools, New Delhi. I enjoyed your gift at speaking, the gift of gab that you had, the repertoire in terms of your poetry, overall your energy levels, ma'am. She is the recipient of the prestigious National Teachers Award 2005 from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the Endeavour Award from the Australian government for her work in the area of Asia literacy, along with innumerable awards nationally and internationally. Ma'am is the Chairperson, Global Inclusive Education Network, and she is a former member of the panel of experts at the Oslo Coalition at the Nobel Institute. Please put your hands together in welcoming the first moderator for the panel discussion. I now take the pleasure of introducing Dr. Madhav Deo Saraswat, Principal, Hyderabad Public School, Begumpet, Hyderabad. Dr. Saraswat's expertise across teaching, academic administration, team building, and community development runs across many years. 30 years of experience, Dr. Saraswat has served in various notable positions: the CEO of the Sapkal Knowledge Hub, the founder principal of the Orchid International School, Nasik, 16 years as a teacher and housemaster at the Doon School, Dehradun, principal at the Sindhia School, Gwalior, and now the principal of the prestigious Hyderabad Public School, Begumpet, Hyderabad. Put your hands together to welcome Dr. Madhav Deo Saraswat. I take the pleasure in welcoming Ms. Aditi Mishra, career educator since nearly 4 decades, alumnus of DPS R.K. Puram and Lady Shri Ram College. She's worked at several DPSs, R.K. Puram, Vasant Kunj, Dubai, and now heads the DPS Gurgaon since 2001. She's also the director of 3 schools that follows the national and the IB curriculum, a Karmavir Chakra awardee. She has received the Maharatna Award from Congo in 2019, ambassador also for the British Council. She has received the Teachers Award from CBSE, the largest national education board in India, and has been the master trainer for CBSE. She is currently the vice chairperson of the MPSE, a body of progressive school principals. Honored to have you here, ma'am. May I now take the pleasure of introducing Ms. Sudha Acharya, presently working as principal ITL Public School with more than 25 years of progressive experience and accomplishments to her forte. In her role as a principal, she has expertise in curriculum design, technology-based education development, multi-criteria assessment and evaluation, multidisciplinary approach towards academia and curricular activities. Her rich exposure to the IB, Cambridge, and CBSE curricula has empowered her with a diverse and innovative approach as an academic leader. She is associated with CBSE as a master trainer, counselor, and involved in curriculum designing. She is a recipient of the Global Human Rights Protection Award given by the Indian Institute of Human Rights. Put your hands together, girls and boys. National Human Resource Optimization Award given during the 33rd World Management Congress. A pleasure and honor to have all of you, ladies and gentlemen, on this for the first panel discussion. Where's the moderator? Please start.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I think we could have a mic between all our friends here. So, do you regard that 45 minutes from now, or from the time you started reading the... Thank you. Because they must...
It's your resume which has been that impeccable, ma'am, and 4 people to honor.
Thank you. 45 minutes. So, bad enough that my child can't read or write. But do I stop worrying there? Why don't I worry that my child can't paint, can't meditate, can't breathe, can't relax, can't cope with envy, anger, aggression, doesn't understand how to express love and tenderness? If none of these can be felt by my child, and if education that he's having is not for his or her sanity, survival, and health, but only for employability, then who is this education serving? I think therein lies the question of failures and successes. Having said that, I would like to just say that the topic is who's failing, students or systems? Sometimes I think it's neither. I think, have we failed? Have we failed them as teachers? That worries me a lot, because I think that when I was young, the textbooks were dull. They were just black and white. There were no illustrations. They were thick. They were heavy. And this was over 50 years ago, over 60 years ago. But yet, there were some people who walked into a room and created magic and brought something out of those textbooks. So I think we have to really relook and rethink when we talk about failure and successes. And we can't just pinpoint it's a student or it's society or it's a system. I think all of us make up that the holistic aspect of what education is. So on that note, I'd like to say that basically when I was looking at certain figures and data, I realized that in the 1800s, the literacy in India was only 3%. By the 40s, it came about 16%. By 2011, the literacy levels were about, say, 65%. And today, 315 million people, students, are being educated and are supposedly literate. And as far as our social capital is concerned, we stand very well in the world, but as far as our social capital is concerned, I realize that from 142, we've fallen to 99. So what is all this about? So on that note, I'm going to ask a question. And the first question I'm going to ask is of Sudha. And I'm going to ask her that, we've known for years that maybe a system is supposedly failing. But why isn't there collective outrage about it? Why are we so quiet about it? Are there some policies, apart from the fact that, yes, we're talking about a policy today, but what are these grassroots policies that we should bring about? And how do we take that forward to create successful systems? Sudha.
I'll just focus on policy right from the beginning. I won't go too backward, but maybe from pandemic onwards. You spoke about literacy rate. At present, 74% are literacy rate. So when I talk about 74%, are these kids really, they are scoring well, or they are talented, they are skilled? Because that's what makes a nation. When you talk about social capital formation and human capital formation, when I'm talking about human capital formation, are we investing really on their basic education, health, social amenities, and social securities? So that is most important thing. If I talk about policies as per Pratham report, if you say that in basic education also, though government is working towards mandating elementary education for each child. So we have made education a basic right, but is that really happening? If we see our policy, like the no detention policy, which is till now it is continuing, and most of the states it is still continuing. In Delhi, just recently we got the order that class 5 and 8, we can take assessment and we can take learning outcome and detain them. So what is the outcome of no detention policy? If I tell you a little bit, then in my own experience, I have seen that these 74% literate kids neither can read or write. Class 5 children are not able to read class 2 books. Basic mathematical operations, they are not able to do. This is a fallacy of policy. I know so many kids coming from UP. I was just in the morning mentioning you about few places where they're coming, and if you ask them that how far you have studied, they'll say class 9th. Because up to class 8, it is no detention policy. So if I really assess them, not on the basis of their cognitive ability, or just the basis of their skills, then they are nowhere, because the certificate is with them that they are class 8 pass without even going to school. So that is what is happening in tier 3, tier 4 cities. And Pratham report is based on Karnataka, Chhattisgarh and Telangana. So out of that, again, the data shows that female literacy, literacy rate in kids in female literacy is lowest in Bihar, male literacy lowest in Rajasthan, so and overall literacy is lowest in Andhra Pradesh. If I talk about educational policy, one more point which is very, very relevant here in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, which is obsessed about marks and grades, isn't it? I heard from one of my colleagues that schools are just up to class 10th. 11th, 12th, very few schools are there, because children are opting out of formal education system, and we have given them on a platter to coaching center. Because of the CUET and the entrance exam, the entry level to higher institution is based on a MCQ based test, which neither assesses any expression, any writing skill, no, I would say constructive organization of a question, nothing. So what we have done, the flip-flop of education policy, we brought in CC, when we got strong hold on it, then we scrapped it. We got NEP 2020, we are getting hold of it, we are trying to do immediately Nipun Bharat, NCF. So without getting expertise in any one.
So what you're trying to say really
frequency.
Is, so that what you're really trying to say is that there isn't really a deep dive, and it becomes a sort of a shallow touch due to which, we have these kind of situations.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I'd like to take the next on to Madhav, because I think, Madhav, you're really interested in the way that we look at teacher education and such. And we've seen that teachers per se, they're supposed to understand that there is differentiated learning. Our wise speaker in the morning spoke about it. Some are kinesthetic learners, some are audio learners. You have visual learners. So, Madhav, I'd like to ask you that education systems across the world are increasingly being used to judge the worth of individuals. So, has education in general been reduced to the level of teaching for testing? Madhav.
Before I answer that question, ma'am, with your permission, I would like to make a disclaimer. This disclaimer is that 1987 I started teaching, and the minute I entered the classroom, I knew everything. And I knew that I had the touch of magic. I will go inside the classroom, and whatever I will say will get inscribed, and students will be enlightened. And the more I am growing, the more confused I am getting, because I have not been able to teach anyone till date. So, and I'm in a state of deep confusion right now for two reasons. One, that I have not been able to understand that whom was I competent to be a teacher? Was I actually teaching? And now with surge of so much of information around the world, there is so much of data and so much of knowledge, and I don't have the competence to understand and comprehend that. So whatever I say, please take it that with a pinch of salt, and forgive me for my lack of understanding and lack of knowledge. So that's the disclaimer, ma'am, from my side. Now, it is true, unfortunately, I can just give you my personal example. So I have just one child, and she tells me with a lot of conviction that, Papa, you love me. And I tell her that I don't know, beta, whether I love you or I love your goodness. I will only get to know whether I love you or not when the entire world will be standing against you, and Papa will have the courage and that love to stand beside you and tell you, beta, I love you. That's the most unfortunate part of being human being. That, in every aspect, I just want this feeling. It's emotional, it's personal, but I would request all of you to translate this feeling in testing the human beings, forget the students. So actually testing in everything has become as a trademark of human beings. So we want results. We want to know that how much they have learned. And teaching is cursed, in my opinion. And as I said, that please forgive me if you don't like what I'm going to say. We think that we are teaching, and time has come when we should, perhaps if we could change the perspective, that instead of using the word that we teach, can we start saying that let's empower our kids. Let's help empowering them. So how do I empower? There are three main components in my understanding. There could be a lot more, but three I have been able to understand and I can speak with conviction. One is the skill set. Another is processes. And third is watermarks, the value system. So if you understand who I am, you respect me that, I am born with certain strengths and weaknesses. And these strengths and weaknesses are dynamic. And then you help me to empower and leave me alone. If we could do that, perhaps, ma'am, we will be able to address this relationship.
Thank you so much, Madhav. I really like the meaningful way in which you answered that question. And I'm sure you saw it with the kind of applause that you've received. So I keep thinking of Percy Bysshe Shelley, who says, "We look before and after and pine for what is not. Our sincerest laughter with some pain is wrought. Our sweetest songs are those that tell of saddest thought." And so on that note, Aditi, the saddest thought is assessment. And so, you've always thought of, the purpose, the power, the passion of good education. How do you think, we've had this marvelous presentation just before us about assessment, but I've always been fascinated by how you look at assessment. So what is your idea on the significance of assessment in this purpose of learning?
Thank you so much, Amita, for the question. I think this is a question that besieges all of us. Why do we assess? I love to teach. I hate to test. I love to talk to the children. I hate it when I have to see their copies. Why? All of us need to ask that. Is it a reflection of what we are teaching? Yes? When you see 5 wrong answers out of 30, say, did I teach that? Maine kab padhaya tha ye? Those questions come up. But to be on a very pragmatic note, Amita, the purpose of education, in my opinion, and I think many teachers will share that with me, is to refine the child, to bring out the best in him or her. And like one of the speakers said, nobody will remember when you learnt about magnetism or when you learnt about profit and loss and ratios in the First War of Independence. You will remember the nicer things. You will remember an annual day where you were center stage. Or you were not center stage, you were a tree. Because you didn't know how to sing or dance, teacher had to put you on stage, she made you a tree. And when you went home, your mother said that you were the best tree, you were moving at the right times, and therefore, it was a lovely show for me. So, for me, that is the purpose of education. When a child comes into school, he or she should look forward to the day, not be filled with dread ki, oh God, aaj to test hai. So, what are we doing wrong? I went to school, I went to DPS, and it was a rigorous system, but I loved school. I cried all through 1978 and 79 because I knew I was leaving school. Because that was the kind of feeling I had. Why are children losing that feeling? Why has the dread of testing come in? Are we teaching to the test only? Are we making teaching more authentic, more reliable, more fun-filled, more joyful, more experiential? Everything which the NEP is talking about. And everybody keeps harping on the 4 C's about, creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, and communication. Why? There are a million more C's. And for me, the 2 most which have come up now, post-pandemic, are compassion and courage. Be courageous, be strong. Voice what you have to say. Face your fears. I know for some children it was so difficult to come back to school. They were trying, almost slipping into anxiety and depression. So for me, a good education is which strengthens a person, not just their marks. Because marks, 3 idiots said this, mehnat karo, marks jhak maar ke aayenge. Right? I think there's a dialogue there. So just work with honesty, diligence, joy, and I think somewhere the assessment should just flow like a river. It should not come like a blast of a cyclone.
I think that's so. Aditi, you should be in the classroom more with the assessments. I just keep thinking of can't think, brain dumb, inspiration won't come, rotten ink, bad pen, amen. So I remember myself there as a expelled from 3 schools, very difficult child. So over the next few years, I think, Sudha, we need to unpack a lot of stuff, and unpack stuff where we create a shared narrative where, what are the ramifications of student learning? What is the kind of a learning culture that we need to create in our schools, in our classrooms? So how can education, how can educators and policymakers sort of come together in a synergy? Because somewhere we are still an us and them, So how do we come together as a synergy to support in a long-term student policies and, student advocacy, student voice and such?
Yeah, you are very true, Amita ma'am. There has to be a synergy between policymakers, academicians, or the stakeholders. Like we are dealing every day with children. all the stakeholders, even parents, in policy formulation and implementing it. If we talk about current education system, I think it goes back to second industrial revolution when with the English education, we were trying to produce more of clerical staff or bureaucrats or doctors and engineers. The whole ecosystem has changed now. But with the grades and marks, as Ajiti ma'am said, are we really assessing children only for grades and marks so that that is the identity of the child and that grade score will give a good, comfortable life? I mean, getting a job in the market. I always say that you may score 99%, as many 100%ers reflect 100% failure of our education system, that I believe. So you see that in English subject 100 marks, sociology 100 marks. In sociology is a subject, English is a subject, Amita ma'am, you have dealt with that. It's so subjective. I mean, you have your own judgment, your own analysis, your own predicament, and then how do you score 100 there? So that is the system we have to deal with, and we are a part of it. So a lot of orientation, a lot of brainstorming is required, and at the policy making stage, are we really involved in the policy making? Are the political leadership, if we see the present one, like I told you from CC, we have come to NEP where we are talking about multidimensionally or integrated learning, a 360-degree assessment, holistic assessment, where teacher, parent, self assessment is important, isn't it? But when I am mentoring KV schools, all the KV schools, when I mentored, they said 62 students in our class. And with the transfer system, every teacher, the mother teacher who is getting trained to implement holistic progress card system, within 6 months he gets transferred. So the whole training goes in vain. So they find it very difficult. So are the whole system really in sync? So that any policy is coming, how it can be implemented in the best possible way. And the education system, are we really aware about I'm not saying we are teaching only for job market, but the ecosystem has to be market friendly, and we are really nurturing morally, socially responsible, ethical citizens who will productively contribute towards nation building. So are we really preparing them for that future requirement? Just by giving them technical degrees, like here it is all the parent garden angels, those who think that 95% and a degree in engineering and sending their children to US for MS degree, that's the end. Are we really creating those kind of citizens who will contribute towards our country? So here, ma'am, you'll be surprised to find out one state where after class 10th, you rarely see any school up to class 12. How this culture has come? Is it a culture of learning or culture of scoring only? Because the stress is on score only, marks only. So after class 10th, you go to the schools where learning doesn't take place, where coaching happens. So you crack one entrance exam, you don't gain knowledge. So the new system, even the UGC CUET, if a child after science not doing well wants to shift to sociology, she or he has to appear in physics, chemistry, maths, where the child was really struggling, to prove her or his ability to get into admission in sociology.
So that's very interesting that you were saying this, because I think just at lunch, Manoj was there with me, and we were just saying that what a complex system India is in terms of education. And we see that, and you've said some very meaningful things, because we've seen that maybe we have something like 14,000 teacher training institutions, but we have less than 12% of teachers who are trained. And so it's a very problematic, but then I still think there's a lot of interesting churning going around, and I call it a challenge rather than a problem. So on that note, thank you for that. On that note, I'd like to ask Madhav that is the absence, Madhav, of prepared and gifted instructors one of the more serious issues tormenting us today? Or other than that, do you think there's another additional trouble with the fact that there are many teachers who have non-scholarly responsibilities which take away the concentration from instruction? And has this damaged the teaching ecosystem? What is your thoughts on that?
It is sort of a reality, ma'am. But how I look at it from teachers' perspective, and from administrators' perspective, that teachers somehow fail to relate with the children. And when they fail to relate with the child, they also fail to understand the child. And if I have not understood my child, then how I can teach, which I say, how I can empower them. More than being gifted, because there could be a certain percentage of super dynamic, gifted, extraordinary teachers. But schools and society is run by committed, meritorious young men and women. So if there is a commitment, there is a desire to learn and work hard, relate with the kids, then there is a possibility to change the face of education. And for me, and it's just out of personal experience, it is an observation that most of the time, wherever I see that learning is not taking place or there is not joy enough inside the class, I see that there is a lack of desired relationship between the teacher and the taught. So if somehow we could address that, perhaps a lot of things could be addressed by one correction or modification. I don't know the exact word. That is one. Another is that I have seen that even society doesn't relate well with the teachers. So this lack of respect, that lack of self-esteem also works as a hindrance between because in building a healthy relationship with the society at large. Because you cannot look at the child in isolation. So for example, in the evening, if I am being abused, literally abused by the parent, and you want to be forgiving and kind-hearted tomorrow with the child in the morning, it is almost difficult for a human being. So there are different ways to look at it, ma'am. But for me, it is how you relate with your child and how well you can understand the child. Several of these issues could be addressed with them.
Absolutely. I think when you talk about impact, that's what, that's what comes up in mind. So, education systems, Aditi, across the world are being used to sort of judge children and judge individuals. And the certification is what it's all about. And in fact, an individual's complete worth and capability is judged by these certificates, which are basically 3-hour examinations. You may have had a bad hair day, but you're judged. So I want to ask you, Aditi, there's a lot of debate around assessment nowadays. Is there something is there a near perfect assessment you can think of? And how can we improve this? How can we improve these systems?
Thank you. I think we need to learn from each other. And a lot is said about the number of children in class. Everybody worries about the number of children, yes? There was this pretty young lady who said we have a class of 40, 41, right? I don't see it as a problem, honestly. The only person who can vouch for it right now is Jyoti ma'am. She's seen me taking a class of 80 students in a school we worked together because the teacher had suddenly left and I had to teach. So it's how you deal with them. Individualized projects may be difficult, I understand, but in a class of 40, 60, 80, your care, your compassion has to come across. And I'll give you a little tip. When a teacher walks into a class, who's this talking very loudly? Bhaiya, phone bahar kar lijiye. Somebody over here is talking. Okay, anyway. Teachers here, na? Yeah. So, for example, like when a teacher enters her classroom, from the little 10 seconds from the door till her desk, she just scans the room and she sees 2 empty seats and she knows who sits there. And in that 10 seconds, she says, where is Ajay and Dhruv? And somebody answers, ma'am, he's not well. Oh, just tell him I remembered him. You've, in that 10 seconds, indicated you care. It's not taken time. And that care reaches the child. 10 people ring up in the evening and say, ma'am was asking about you. Ma'am was missing you. Something like that. So when you have to teach by example. And as far as assessment goes, like I said, it has to flow. It cannot be an assault. I have seen in some countries, Amita, they give you grades for effort. So there is an effort A. Child is really working hard, but getting only 40%. So he gets a 40A, which is seen as equal to an 80C. Because effort nahi hai. Child may be gifted and is getting 80% marks. So somewhere the effort has to be matched with the mark. We have to start doing that. I saw the CC as a breath of fresh air. And I, on this stage, need to thank people like Amita ma'am who took me with her for the trainings and then let me fly and do my own trainings by myself also. And you'll be shocked to know in one of the states, I was talking to a group of about 70 principals, and 2 of them came to me in the tea break. They didn't ask me thankfully in the big group. They said, Madam, ऐसे कैसे चलेगा? मैंने कहा क्यों? अभी तो इतने सारे examples दिए. इसीलिए तो इसमें तो कोई fail ही नहीं होगा. They looked so sad about it that I was shocked that are you teaching to fail? Is that a sense of power you have as a principal that I can fail so and so? I think somewhere those questions need to be answered. Assessment is only a part of the teaching learning process, should not be the tension it is getting to cause now. The number of suicides globally, I think everybody has read in the past 4 years, has gone up dramatically and much more in India than in other countries. We need to address that.
That was very nicely done. But I'd just like to share with you, Aditi, you said 80 students. I remember that at the age of 16, I was doing an earn and learn program in the backwaters of Gorakhpur, which was the Badlands, really the Badlands 50 years ago. And I was there 16 and a half. It was a UNESCO project. I went there and there was a headmaster, village headmaster, with 110 children. So he looked at me and he said, "Pata nahi kahan se aa jate hain? Bhej diye inko. Padha lekha to kuch hai nahi." And handed me a long stick and said, "You be the beater teacher because you don't know anything. The teacher will teach, the beater teacher will beat." And there were 110 children. So I said, "Ji beater teacher kya kare? Se kuch nahi karegi. Jaise aage बढ़ के यूं एक सोटी लगाना." I said, "जी मैंने कभी सोटी नहीं लगाई." He said, "सीखिए." I tried the beater teacher bit for a week, but I felt terrible because the child would go cha and cry when the beater teacher tried to beat. So what I'm trying to say is we've come a long way from the beater teacher. But what I want to say here now to Sudha is that, I think there should be some self-regulatory models for both government schools and private schools. And we have to be very careful of creating ghettos of excellence at one time and deprived communities on the other. This is what worries me about my country, that because there is so many disparities. So how do you look at this, this level field?
Yeah. Today, I know all of you must be experiencing our classroom is very, very diverse. We get children from all backgrounds, so different socio-economic, cultural background, geographical identity, maybe gender identity. So all these children, when they come to us, are we really taking care of the need of each child? And I was just doing going through some research paper, which has very dismal report of saying that the social fabric is also affecting the academic outcome in our country. How we perceive things. Like I was discussing with you, in one of the state, a few years ago, all of you must have heard this in national news, that one girl topped CBSE or state board, I think, and with a huge mark, 98% or something. So when the media people asked her, "What did you study in political science?" She said, "Khana kaise banate hain." So you remember? And then the father of the girl said that, "मैंने तो headmaster को बोल आया था कि बेटी की शादी होगी, अगर पास कर जाएगी तो थोड़ा सा अच्छा लड़का मिल जाएगा." So to get married, to get some success, school pass out is very, very required. So मैं headmaster को request करके आया था, मैंने थोड़ी बोला था कि इसको topper बना दो. So that is the system. Similarly, 40% in UP, the children, they missed out. They are out of formal education system, ma'am. We were studying 9th and 11th. They are failing in exam because up to 8, it is no detention policy. So after that, where are they going? The number of candidates appearing in 10th and 12th are going down. And then when asked the state government, it was in report only, Pratham report only, the state government answered that, now हम जो cheating करते थे ना उसके ऊपर बहुत सख्त हो गए हैं. So our control policy is so strong, बच्चे exam ही नहीं दे रहे हैं. Is it believable? that earlier children were cheating and it was maybe state driven or something, so that these children who are very poor at least having some degree or marks to their credit without learning anything, so that they can earn some social status, maybe some manual work or something like that. So that is also affecting. Like in the beginning you said social capital. So if we see our education budget, 6%, we are not even able to spend 4% of our budget. So that is most important. So if are we investing enough? Are we inviting industry? Are we treating education as an industry? Like we are now talking about agriculture and industry. So there is a major discrepancy between public school and private school, as you say.
What you're actually, I think you're so correct about the way we need to address these disparities. So thank you for that. Madhav, there's this, there's this thing about we still are grappling with school performances and student learning outcomes, and how do we look at innovation? How do we look at tight management of resources and tailor programs to meet this? So, I mean, in your own words, like you once said that I was born intelligent, but education ruined me. But do we need to restart this defunct body, if at all, of education and overhaul it with a much more progressive, innovative system? What is the kind of innovations that you think can be brought about, Madhav?
As I said earlier, nothing new needs to be done, in my opinion. If we just change our perspective and we try to understand the child and her requirements, several things can be addressed. So if I am a child and I am going to the school and coming back home, I'm utterly confused. I'm a confused child. For several reasons, because my requirements are different and those requirements are not addressed. I go to the sports field, the sports teacher says something else. When I come to the classroom, my English teacher says something else. My mathematics teacher says or expects something else from me. So I'm not looked at as one unit. I am perceived, looked and addressed in silos. So until unless, there is a system which looks at me as a whole person, understand that it is not only the cerebral growth I am looking for when I come to the school, I am also looking at social, emotional, physical, spiritual growth, which needs to be addressed. Until unless we have that kind of understanding, I think we will not be able to address my confusion. And it doesn't need any innovation, it just needs understanding, it needs perspective. And as ma'am said, Aditi ma'am said, the bottom line is that how empathetic I am and how I relate with my child. And it is as beautiful a relationship between a mother and a child. Mother understands. It comes instantly what is the requirement of the child. So for me, teaching is more than technical. It is more of a emotional issue. And I look at it from my heart's perspective than of my mind. So it is all about relationship. It's not about innovation. It's not about being genius in this. Help me. I'm again saying, instead of trying to teach me, try to empower me, understand my requirement, and try to empower me and leave me on my own. If there is any need to be taught, I think we should teach the adults, especially the parents.
Thank you so much, Madhav, for that. That's absolutely right. This is going to be, where's my friend with the red flap? How many minutes? 8 minutes left? Oh, I've gone it's a breeze here. Okay. Right. So, Aditi, well, this is the last question, but this is the penultimate, because the others, you know how tight they are. Otherwise, she'll fan me off the thing. So, Aditi, if you say firstly, I hate to use the word failed,
But if it is a system that you feel has not worked, and so and we're constantly sort of perpetrating the whole system again and again, the experiences. So why are we allowing it to continue? And what can we do as teachers and administrators to sort of, Madhav says there's no need to rework it. What do you think we need to do?
So a system that doesn't work is a system where there is some dread, where there is a worry, where there's tension, where there's stress. For me, that's the ultimate failure of a system. So can I talk of utopia? Total utopia. Okay. So in a totally utopian world, I would like an India where there are no sharp divisions between city, town, and village. When you go to the West, there is no difference. The houses may be a little different, a little bigger in the villages. They may have more meadows, they may have more open spaces. But there is no such thing that a child cannot study because गांव में स्कूल नहीं है. उसको 20 किलोमीटर चलना पड़ेगा, इसलिए हमने स्कूल से निकाल दिया. या लड़कियों के स्कूल में टॉयलेट नहीं है, इसलिए स्कूल नहीं भेजा. Is it possible that a body is made to equalize education for all the children of India, where we all know that all corporates have to give CSR funds? We don't know where those CSR funds go. We are told, little 4 shrubs are hanging there and this thing supported by so-and-so company. It's a company that earns crores. Those 4 shrubs, they should make 40 times more. So can that fund of CSR not go into a central fund, which then ensures that the same kind of education reaches everybody? I know we have a beautiful Diksha portal. I know we have the Swayam portal. How many children can access it to begin with? We made it for the children. We made it for children who are living in remote areas, but they can't access it. So this is my utopian dream, that education should be the same for a child in Delhi or in Muradabad or in a small village called Rampur. I don't even know if it exists, but if it does exist, that's how. And that is up to us educators. We should all be willing to give our time to create lessons, to make real lessons for children living in remote areas. And each child in the most remote area must have a device or a teacher he or she can turn to get information as and when they need it.
Thank you so much for that. And I think that really sort of holistically brings out a very beautiful picture of moving from the intimate to the ultimate, from the local to the global, and sort of make a perfect world for the children of our beautiful country. Now, briefly, how much time? Briefly, in 30 seconds each, not 35, 30. In 30 seconds each, if each one of you could just leave behind one thought that we could take back into our classroom and, sort of rethink of it, re-look at it, work for it with our children. So Sudha, 30 seconds.
So I'll just talk about the assessment which Aditi ma'am spoke about. Let's just develop the proper positive mindset, skill set, as you say, heart set. I'm very fascinated with that heart set, what you said. So the amalgamation of maybe head, heart, hands, what we say, we prepare those kind of children, and a uniform teaching learning practice. Why there is so much competition? Because very few reputed or renowned educational institutions for which long-term competition is going on there. So in, as you said, in UK or USA, there is no competition between private and public school, as they say. All the government schools are equally empowered with all the logistic, with teaching, learning, resources, everything, which is lacking in our country.
3 seconds.
So, yeah. So that's what I'm saying, that the teaching learning practice has to change. As a teacher, just don't teach for marks or creating good examinees.
30
Try
seconds.
to create good citizens.
Thank you so much, Sudha. Madhav, 30 seconds, briefly, please.
I have come to realize that instead of teaching or giving them as much as possible, try to understand that how much is enough for them. Give them only that enough and then leave them free.
Thank you so much, Madhav. That was just 20 seconds, Madhav.
I think keep following the pattern, I'll take 10 seconds. This is the magic mantra, and it has held me in good stead for 40 years. treat every child in your class as your own biological child. There'll be no problems.
I'm sorry, I'm going to take 40 seconds because I'm the moderator. All I want to tell you is, which I say it at the end of most of my programs, is that just remember, take back this mantra back with you. Are you ready for the mantra? All ready? Sit up. Ready? Take this back into your classrooms and start, okay? Unity. Come on. Unity. Diversity. Empowerment. And peace. That's all we need. Unity. Diversity. Empowerment. And peace. They're sleeping. Say it loudly. Go in peace, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. It was really very enriching session. So I now request Mr. Mishra and Komraya sir to come on to the dais to give away the token of love from all of us. Mishra sir and Komraya sir. So it's time to start our second panel discussion. Are the schools and parents ready for NEP vision into action? So we have on board here as panelists Dr. Jyoti Gupta, Dr. Anbhuti Mehta, Professor Dr. Namita Rajput, and Mr. Lalit Prasad. And the session would be moderated by Dr. Arnab Singh. So let me introduce the panelists. Dr. Jyoti Gupta, founder and director, DPS Sahibabad, and director KRM GK2. He is an eminent educationist and has gained a prominent position in the educational arena due to her exemplary work. In 2018, the MHRD and CBSE reposed their trust in Dr. Gupta as an educationalist by appointing her as the member of the governing body of CBSE. She has also been appointed as a member of the first standing committee of academics in NCTE, National Council for Teacher Education. In tandem with her philosophy of creating leaders, she has trained principals and teachers by taking empowerment conferences around the world. Welcome, ma'am. Now, I take pleasure in inviting Dr. Anbhuti Mehta, Educational Administrator, Director, DPS, Modinagar. Ma'am is qualified senior level professional with a rich experience of 30 plus years in studying the functions of school administration, teachers training and staff development, teaching, content development, student counseling and motivation, e-content publication and licensing activities. Having served Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan for 23 years, took VRS as Assistant Commissioner to venture out in the public schools. Madam holds membership of various education ventures like NABED, Chairperson of Anganwadi Project Government of Delhi, National Advisor to Center of Education Foundation. Ms. Mehta has received many awards for her contribution to education. To name a few, Entire Education Company, Lifetime Achievement Award, said foundation, Educationist of the Year, Bachpan Group of Schools. Thank you, ma'am. And I take pleasure in inviting Dr. Namita Rajput. Professor Dr. Namita Rajput has served as the principal at Sri Aurobindo College, University in Delhi for a term of 3 years and has an enriching experience as Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Sri Aurobindo College. Besides her rich teaching experience for almost 27 years, she has contributed tremendously in the area of research, primarily focused on areas concerning banking and finance, human resource management, and sustainability. Over 200 conference proceedings and publications in a plethora of listed journals are credited to her name. With her versatile experience in teaching, research, and social welfare activities, Ma'am is well versed with the capabilities to promote a learning environment for students which would not only be enriching academically, but would also be integrated with the broader social environment, having served the academics for almost 30 years, including a term of 3 years as principal. Welcome, ma'am. Now we have Mr. C.S. Lalit Prasad, Head Professional Development, South Asia Cambridge University Press and Assessment. He is a computer science graduate and post-graduation in education and is pursuing research in education, started the career with Azim Premji Foundation and later moved on to American Indian Foundation to lead education-related programs in few states of India. Previous assignment before joining Cambridge International was the British Council, heading 3 states for implementing Teacher Professional Development Program, which was academically led by the Open University UK. It was very exciting experience to be a part of the team which developed and implemented massive open online course for teacher educators across India in 2015. Thank you, sir, for being here. And now it's time for me to introduce our moderator, Dr. Arnab Singh. Doctor is an accomplished educationist and director, principal of Nehru World School in Ghaziabad. His philosophy is summed up in the quote, "Technology may not replace teachers, but teachers who use technology effectively will replace those who don't." In addition to his role at Nehru World School, Dr. Singh holds several prestigious positions in the education community. He is the co-chairman of Wiki Rise for UP, a member of the School Standards Setting Committee under the National Education Policy India 2020, and a British Council School Ambassador. He also serves on the Cambridge South Asia Advisory Board, where he provides valuable insights and perspectives on education in the region. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being.
Right, before we get started, not really. You see, every time I hear that introduction for myself, I'm like, wow, that sounds like a lot of work. But at heart, I'm an educator, right? Now, an effective educator makes sure that there is no seat empty in the classroom at the start, right? So now there are a lot of people who've been sitting right at the back. So let's come forward. So let's fill up these chairs right in the front. So people in the absolute last row, if you can come forward and sit in the front row. This maths teacher of mine in school, she used to do this. Come on. Get up. Let's bring you right to the start of the session. There are enough seats for everybody. See, I've got a wireless mic. I can actually come there. So please come forward. We promised to finish before our allocated time. We realize this responsibility, don't we? Amita ma'am spoke about peace in the end, right? We realize that between you and peace is this panel. So we will finish on time. But people at the absolute last who haven't moved, There are some sofas vacant here, right in front. Why don't you come forward? Am I audible in the last row? Yeah? Please come forward. See, there are these hacks that a backbencher understands of a classroom. So backbenchers and outstanding delegates. You know the outstanding delegates? They're standing outside. Okay, so now that most of us have left the seats at the back, what you're going to witness is the best panel ever. And I'll tell you why it's going to be the best panel ever. Because everyone on the panel has either been a teacher for a fairly long time in their life or has been involved in training of teachers, but understands the pain point of teachers. You know, when you get a 6 marks question and the child repeats the same answer 3 times in different language. Now, these panelists are not going to do this. They've promised all of us that they are not going to give you a theory or gyan or a philosophy that doesn't translate into actionable intelligence in the classroom. Now, come on. Your right hands forward and say, I do. I do. Okay. So now you're going to see, Aditi ma'am spoke about the tree. Yeah, you remember? She spoke about the tree. I have 5 years experience of being the tree.
My daughter was a tree.
I remember telling my mother, when you come for the annual function, I am the 3rd tree in the 5th row. You became pollution? Right. I also have the experience of being told to not sing in chorus. They hadn't even given me the mic. I wasn't good enough to sing even in chorus. Guess where that got me? What we plan to discuss is NEP and its implementation. Where are schools? And are we really ready as parents? The topic doesn't talk about the teachers. It says, are the schools and the parents ready for the national education policy? While I'm sure this is a PhD topic, we will attempt to solve it in 37 minutes? How many minutes do we have? Sorry? When did they start? Okay, they're starting now. Right. Right, okay, so don't forget, no theories, we are only doing actionables here. If I see people in the audience on their phone, that is only because they are taking notes of what you are saying. They are not on WhatsApp, and they're certainly not on Instagram. Neither my questions and nor my panelist answers today have been found on ChatGPT. None of them have seen the questions day before yesterday. They have not been on a practice session for this. And they have not agreed that these are the questions I would ask them. That question paper has not been out to them yet. So let me surprise you. We start with Dr. Jyoti Gupta. She's also my neighbor. She's a serial principal and school entrepreneur. She's been on CBSC governing body. She's been on more boards than the number of times I've been a tree in annual functions. As a founder and director of multiple schools, first of all, have you been preparing your teachers for what NEP is going to ask us to do? And if you have, tell us in simple words 3 ways in which you've been doing it. If the audience is not happy with the focus of the question or the answer, you will get to judge both of us. Now, detention is allowed.
So we have the CBSC, the management, the principals, and the teachers here. And it is imperative that whenever there is a change, and there is a huge change, like the new National Education Policy 2020, that we talk about it to all the stakeholders. And teachers are one of the most important stakeholders. It is important that they understand what the vision of the policy is, and they translate that vision into the classrooms. What is happening in the classroom is between the child and the teacher. Even the principals do not have too much of control over what the teacher is going to do in the classroom when she's going to be with the children. So it is imperative and very important to sensitize the teachers and to train the teachers so that they can transact in the classroom, they can assess the children as they are supposed to assess. And when they are transacting, they are able to transact through the pedagogies, the innovative pedagogies that are outlined in the new National Education Policy 2020. So I'm coming to how. 3 ways of doing it is talking to the teachers, sensitizing them through the workshops, then monitoring the lesson plans the teachers are making. Because what the teacher is going to do in the classroom, the planning of it is very important. And one of the workshops, initial workshops, which Anita Karwal ma'am had taken, she said, if you do not plan under the NEP as a teacher, you will plan to fail. So if you don't want to plan to fail, then plan, plan, plan was her exact words in the quotations. So planning is extremely important. So what the teachers are writing in that lesson plan, what are they going to do for those 40 minutes that they are there in the class? Are they just going to talk, or are they going to talk for 20 minutes? What is the pedagogy? What is the strategy that they are going to use? How are they going to assess the children? How are they going to do the remediation? What kind of testing or evaluation will be done? And what kind of collaboration will be done? How the children will be presenting and communicating what they have learned? How will they create new knowledge? And how will they critically think? If all these things are not embedded into the lesson plan, that means the teacher is not ready to go. And the third thing is, how is the teacher reporting what is being done in the class? The transaction is done, the assessment is done. What is the format of the reporting that the school or the leader has adopted? As to what is that end of the year progress card, which is a holistic progress card. What is it going to look like? If you have been able to plug that with the teachers, that means the teacher has understood what is her role in implementing the new National Education Policy.
The problem with what you're saying is, often school managements don't spend adequate money and time on teacher training. What they fear, what will happen if I train this person and this person leaves? But the bigger fear is, imagine you don't spend time and money on the teacher to train and the teacher stays.
So I would say train the teachers nevertheless. If she's not going to contribute to the children of my school, she will train the children of some other school. At least we create an ecosystem whereby every individual who wants to be exposed to the children, or the other way around. If you want your children to be exposed to that teacher, she needs to be trained. Period. Full stop.
And we need to celebrate this new training. We see how happy children are when they get their certificate in the assembly. It might not be a bad idea to give the teacher her certificate or his certificate in the assembly as well. And something we tried with our certificates, often you get the merit certificates and then you get the participation certificate. So we changed the name of participation certificate to commendable performance. And now that became worthy of being kept as effort that was recognized. It was just a terminology shift, but now it had found more value and was going to give the child more motivation for next time. I want to go to Namita next. Namita's been the principal of a college in Delhi University. Delhi University is where I studied as well. So she can actually say, "Jahan ke tum student ho, wahan ke principal reh chuke hain." NEP has a clear emphasis on interdisciplinary learning and vocational education. In fact, you are also writing some books for schools to develop these skills. Do you think if we spend time on this, interdisciplinary learning and vocational education in school, it would have any impact on higher education and also children's readiness for the jobs that await them?
Yeah, definitely. The knowledge, skills, and attitude, what he's talking about, that is the cognitive abilities, that is the affective domain and the psychomotor domain, enveloping all the 360-degree development of the children. If it is being started at the school level, like I developed the marketing skill book for class 6th and 7th, and 8th is in progress. So we conceptualize the things into a very easy manner, like a child is related more with chocolate. So, taking them to the concepts of retailer, buyer, seller through chocolate will really help him developing the basic concepts of the marketing. And all the learning outcomes were very rationally and very intelligently and very diligently, they were weaved together. And all the learning outcomes of 6th, 7th, and 8th were in progress. Like, this is the concept which he has done in advance. This is the concept which he will do in class 8. So they are related. So the child is definitely in a progressive journey of his cognitive ability. And of course, all these skill sets, if they are made, so whatever the college syllabus are made, like I'm into a revision committees of undergraduate curriculum framework, which is definitely when we are asked to make the syllabus and all that. So we see what he has done in the past. So we dwell on that. So definitely all these things will matter a lot if the child has the skill sets in the school and they are continued in the college. So definitely he's into a very fast progressive cognitive journey. And definitely we can also, applaud, bloom into it. That is, we are creating the lots to hots, that is the low order thinking skills to high order thinking skills, right? Lots will be in the school and hots will be in the college. So this kind of a, amalgamated journey of the school and the colleges will definitely pave a way to achieve the essence of the new education policy. This is what I strongly believe.
Thank you very much. Do you think the panelists are adhering to the promise that they had made? Can we hear it for them then? Yeah? No pressure on you. Only because the two of them could do it doesn't mean you can also do it. Nobody's judging, huh? There is no summative assessment that's going to happen here. Absolutely.
Thank you.
इसमें माइक की कोई गलती नहीं है.
इसमें मेरी गलती.
So Anubhuti's got experience working both in the private sector and the government sector, and understands the nuances of how education is a concurrent list subject. So while the national education policy is made by the center, but there are also states, including this one, who are saying that the NCF is questionable and the national education policy is also questionable. And realizing the challenges of that implementation. How many of you go inside a classroom every day? People who find themselves inside a classroom every day. Right. So, how do you think the basic tenets of the national education policy can be translated into the classroom by those who want?
I think the appropriate question is asked to me, and I was expecting this question. Let me just quote one nice quotation. Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan, head of NEP drafting committee, he quotes, Indian education system is most underfunded, heavily bureaucratized, and lacks the capacity of innovation to scale up, which sums up the NEP in 3 words. But our Prime Minister says national education policy is Shiksha Parv. And a person from CBSE sitting here, Mr. Manoj Srivastava, he says, I find no challenge in NEP. And I agree with you, sir. There is no challenge in NEP implementation if we as leaders of elite school look at it in a different angle, because we are not underfunded.
How?
We have chairman of the school sitting in front of me. Ask him, have the lack of funds in the school? No. The elite schools don't have the shortage of funds. Only thing, the political will has to be there, and I am sure he has. This is the reason we all are sitting here on the platform and discussing about NEP. Now, coming to the important points of NEP, which as a school director or a founder or people sitting on this side and that side at the helm of affairs have to take care. First and foremost thing is NEP talks about foundation years. Foundation years are 5 years, 3 to 8 years of education. Have we prepared our schools to have 3 years of preschooling, which has come under the ambit of formal schooling now? If you remember, earlier preschool and nursery was in play school segment, but now it is a formal school. How many schools are prepared? Many of the elite schools are still practicing 2 years of preschooling. But I have set up few schools with 3 years of preschooling, which is very important. You have to ensure that parents are consulted that only a child must complete 3 years of age when they enter into formal schooling. And when you take admission of grade 1, the child must complete 6 years of age. Have we prepared for this? No. If we have not prepared, so we have not read the document in letter and spirit. Second thing comes to the classroom. When we come to the classroom, have we prepared our teachers for experiential learning? That is the second point. If not, please make sure the lot of emphasis is given on experiential learning and take care of your pre-primary teachers. That is the most neglected part of the schools. The senior leaders sitting here are worried about school education, are worried about 10th and 12th, not worried about foundation years. Third important thing which NEP talks about is the mother tongue. And we all have spoken about it since morning that we don't have a content in mother tongue available to us.
And doesn't talk about father's tongue at all.
Yeah, no. Father tongue is always considered as smaller, so we don't bother.
Irrelevant.
Mother tongue is better. And if I say, Paunara Hyderabad, then what do you say? Do you think I'm Telugu? No. It is connecting with you. Bhavanara, Chairman Garu, I'm grateful to you. You have invited us here. I'm connecting with you. I'm using your mother tongue to get connected, and that is very well possible inside the classrooms. We can inform children Bhavanara means how are you. So instead of teaching English as a part of etiquettes, just teach them that Bhavanara is how are you. And if you say Garu, that's a respect you can give to anybody. That's what I have learned while my stint in Hyderabad. And please correct me if I'm wrong. So the concept of having mother tongue in NEP serves the purpose if we teach children the greetings at least to connect with. Instead of teaching them how should they greet, good morning, good afternoon, just teach them what do you say in Telugu and how do you say in Hindi. Then I come to the next point.
But you were allowed 3 points.
Allow me to finish now. I come to the next
Okay, fourth point.
When we talk about Hindi and Sanskrit, 3-language formula, most of us shy away teaching Hindi and Sanskrit purely in the classrooms. We don't allow our children to recite the mantras which are the roots of Indian education system. And Hindi is also taught in English. Most of our teachers teach Hindi in English. They go inside the classroom and say good morning. Why can't they say Suprabhat? So that the concept is missing. You don't say Suprabhat, so please start saying so. Or at least say Namaste. That is the Indian way of saying so. And so next thing, very important, from grade 6 onward.
I have to come in. So you were allowed 3 points, you got 4 points. Now next question, 1 point minus. Next time you would only get point A and point B. But you see, the thing about communication is, there are times when we think it has happened, but it hasn't. Happens often in my wife and my conversations. I think I have communicated, but she thinks otherwise. I'm not saying that. I was talking about my wife. So, you'll get another opportunity. So, interestingly, I talked about the father's tongue, and there's a reason why I say this. In the national curriculum framework for the foundation years, the word mother is mentioned 34 times. The word father is mentioned 3 times. 3 times. And only once is the document actually saying we will try to include the father. That's the only time when it addresses the father. This is try to include the father. You know, I sit here in protest. I want to go to Lalit. Agreed that there is no father's tongue and there is no man's voice in the curriculum framework, but I'm happy that you are here. And the role that you have is to lead on professional development of teachers for Cambridge in India. Our schools do the Cambridge Professional Development Qualifications. Fantastic certification. A lovely work. So congratulations on that. My question to you is twofold. Cambridge was the first board that came out with the editorial that you are ready for NEP. In fact, it had come out only a week after the NEP was launched. There was a big article in Times of India, and somebody from CBSE actually sent it to me and asked me, how is Cambridge ready for this? This just came out last week. The answer to that is because it's future ready. What Cambridge has been doing is future ready. What 118 Nobel laureates coming out of Cambridge so far. So it's no coincidence that your curriculum was maybe ready for it. What are you planning to offer to schools that are affiliated to Cambridge to prepare their teachers for NEP implementation? And can the non-Cambridge affiliated schools expect anything from Cambridge to prepare them better for the NEP implementation?
Yeah. So thank you so much for that. And yes, so firstly, I need to say that there are a lot of deliberation and discussion that's been happening, and also asking teachers to follow lot many things. So from morning we have been saying that yes, NEP is content oriented and also pedagogy oriented, assessment oriented. Everything is actually focusing and pointing to teachers, by the way. I mean, only if the teachers are capable or maybe supported well, then things can actually take place in the classroom. So just getting on to the first point, so when actually the media claimed that we are NEP ready, so it was more with the early child education. So it was an EY program that we launched for the first time, and this was piloted, or actually we did a launch in India because we wanted to see how it actually gets into the whole ecosystem of early years and also understand what are the nuances that might come as a feedback to us and also probably then go global. So with this test, I think it had a lot of popularity and also acceptance, and now we have gone global. The second thing, I think the second part of the question is interesting. So when I say Cambridge, we are not only talking about the curriculum that we provide to the schools. It's coming with a host of services, I should say products and services, because I think the books that the school use in the CBSE is also coming from Cambridge. So we have taken into account all those nuances that we've been discussing and also all the experts are talking now. And what we have added, and also this is the point that I wanted to actually stress a bit more, that we have teacher support services exclusively. Because, I mean, it's good to say that, okay, these assessment needs to be done this way, and also probably you have to connect this material and things like that. But if there is no support for a teacher to understand the sequence or a progression of using those materials, then I think the teacher is stuck in the classroom in the middle of the lesson. Sometimes she gets into class and also she wants to do many things, but still she's unable to, or she's unclear of doing certain things. It could be a formative assessment, it could be hand-holding, so on and so forth. So what we're trying to do is that one bit is we're going to exclusively, along with the textbooks, prepare a teacher support handbook so that the teacher understands the nuances in terms of how this can actually get into the classroom. The second important thing I wanted to also... Yes, it is for all schools. It is not only exclusive for Cambridge. It's already there for some of the subjects with the already in the market, but we are thinking. So yeah, you have to find it with the dealers or with the Cambridge people, and also. Yeah. Not the whole of it, but maybe the essence of it or a gist of it, you will be able to download that. But if you want to order for a trial pack, then you have to approach us, and also only then you're going to get. So it's only going to give you some indicators of what. My email address? That's only cambridge.org. That's more than sufficient, I think. Yeah, you'll find all this. Yes, you can find all this, what I'm saying. Yes, Cambridge will send it. I know, he's making me more accountable. But he supported me saying for that time, but now I think he's spotting me. Anyway, so the other important point I wanted to mention is we have the certificate and diploma programs, which are curriculum agnostic. And also, it is not dependent on any single curriculum. So what we have done there is, deliberately we have added 2 more certificate programs that are more looking like exclusive for NEP implementation. For example, one is certificate for classroom practice and also certificate for early years. So this is coming exclusively, sorry?
How do I access it? If my school's not a Cambridge school, how do I access it?
So the teachers needs to approach the Professional Development Qualification Center, which are open within the Cambridge International Schools or the private institutions which are offering other teacher education programs, and they have to enroll there and also get the certificate program. That's the big way, or most of the teachers access through this way. The other way we are also trying is, can we make those programs online so that a teacher can come to our website and also probably select this program and also do it online. But we have not opened it yet because we are in the testing phase. So very soon I think we are going to come on and announce that it can also be done online very soon.
Very much, ma'am. Lady who's doing time, how many minutes do we have? 3 minutes? Okay, so now it's rapid fire. Yeah? So from 4-mark question format, I go to 2-mark question format. There is negative marking for writing more. Before MCQ, then I have to check the OMR sheet. That's a bit of a challenge. I remember we were center for IIT exam. This one child on the OMR sheet had only drawn what he could see from where he was sitting in the class. He did not attempt to guess the question. When he was giving the answer sheet back, later in the classroom, why are you deceiving your parents? The child said, I am not deceiving them. They are deceiving me. I know I will not get it. As much as it is hilarious, imagine the plight of this child who's been repeatedly asked to write that exam, that he knows that he's not getting it or probably doesn't want. But that's not Jyoti Gupta. Jyoti Gupta is ready with an answer. She's here by choice. She's from Delhi. My question to you, can I include the fathers in my question? When I say parents, I mean both mother and how can parents support, or how can we use parents' support to get our children to become more reflective, to get our children to ask better questions? We're already in the age where ChatGPT is giving you easy answers. So clearly, what can be envisioned that we would be able to ask questions, be more reflective, lead ourselves towards knowledge. How can schools leverage parents towards this?
Fortunately, we are living in the times where the parents of the children who are now coming to us in schools are educated. They are not like our parents who did not have an opinion in education when we people were studying. So all parents who are coming to us, they have something or the other to suggest to the schools. They have an opinion, they have the expectations, and they have a few suggestions. So it's only important that they, as the stakeholders, be involved in the development of their children holistically. So that makes it 3 stakeholders. My last question, I said teachers are most important stakeholders. The parents are equally important. And of course, it's the children because of which all of us exist. The schools exist because it is for the development of the children. So whether you talk about assessments, you talk about transaction, you talk about reporting, everything at the end of the day is for the development of the children. So how do you involve the parents? None of the parents want the children to rote memorize what the schools or the teachers are teaching. Cognitive domain, as Ms. Rajput was saying, is important, but is the affective domain and the psychomotor domain is equally important. It's important for the parents to understand that art is an integration and sports as an integration. And we have Sunita ma'am sitting here who has worked extensively in these pedagogies and has worked extensively in art as well. So how are these important as well? Not just as a part of the performance, but also as a pedagogy. So there was a time when we people were growing up, I'll just take maybe 2 more minutes, when we were growing up, where we said, I don't know how many of you understand Hindi, पढ़ोगे लिखोगे तो बनोगे नवाब, खेलोगे कूदोगे तो होगे खराब. So we are coming from that mindset. पढ़ाई कर लो, ये आर्ट वाट मत बनाना, ये डांस वांस नहीं करना, You're wasting your time. It's your exam time. But now we are talking about art as pedagogy. We are talking about sports as pedagogy. The Pythagoras theorem can be best taught in the field. The set theory can be best taught with cricket. Similarly, some of the geometry can be best taught through art. So the parents have to understand this. They have to understand that the children do not need to rote memorize. And second thing, most important thing, my child is in science. My child, because he's the brightest, will become an engineer, take up PCM. Not very bright, commerce. Cannot study humanities. The toppers of the board have been the children from the liberal arts. So no silos. The parents have to understand that subjects are very important. Each subject is taking you towards a specialization. And the new national education policy is giving an equal importance to the all-round development of the children. So the parents have to come in, become the stakeholders and understand the policy. So advocacy is the way to go.
Thank you very much. So what you're saying is to communicate and include the parent. If some parents save their principals save their mobile numbers from the parents, like they are the Nigerian scam call. I sometimes ask them, that person is leaving what is most important, most precious to them with you for 6 whole hours. And you can't leave your telephone number with them. What kind of a barter are we talking about? Moving to it's not a rosy picture. What NEP is expecting us to do is different. Some of us are closer to that reality, some are not as. Some of us might have taught classrooms 8 teachers. And it's not easy to make a class of 8 teachers in that. Not impossible. Not easy. What we are understanding is the single biggest challenge. Start moving towards any clear reality in the class. That's question number 1 now. And is there a simple answer to start that journey? That's another question.
First answer, no challenge. 1 mark, hold. Second answer, it's a will which matters. Where there is a will, there is a way. We can prepare. Both marks, go.
Thank you. You qualified. See, Lalit, this is the example. This is how you set an example. This is like the principal coming into the substitution classroom and teaching that chapter that the teacher was going to teach was absent today. You are sitting with legendary panelists here. You ended your previous answer with saying that you're also attempting to take your training online. 5 minutes. You do 5 questions each in 5 minutes. If that is the example you're setting. So you ended with online and how Cambridge is leveraging technology. Having been on that website already, I know if everybody here went on that website today, they would come back more enriched. In the 2-mark answer format, can you tell us what will they already find that will help them and what they can possibly find in the near future? On your website, the professional development website, what are stuff that they can already find, download and start using them? And what is something that you're working on and something
Yeah. So I think what you can already find is the information about the programs that we already are kind of offering. So, and also when you get there, it's not only showing you the titles, you can download the syllabus document, which means you'll understand what it entails. So we have modules for this professional development. So you get certificates. It's a qualification. So it's not just a kind of a course or like a active participation and things like that. It is a qualification that will be recognized at an international teacher education forum. So the syllabus document is available, and also you will get the duration of the course. So the module 1 calls for 4 months, the module 2 and 3 calls for remaining 8 months, so on and so forth. So in total, if you get onto our website, you'll completely find all the details there about the course. And also, very importantly, you'll also find how much the course costs you. So that's very important. And also, how do you make the payments? So that flexibility is given to you so that anyone who wants to understand that can approach the PDQ centers and also contact them and also get this done. The other important bit I wanted to touch, Rab, is that also we have something called as curriculum agnostic assessment. Because from morning I was just hearing a lot of assessments, and also we spoke about attributes, we spoke about a lot of other things, and also we see capacities in the document. So the curriculum agnostic assessment is important. We need to understand how the child is faring in his or her own abilities. So what is the kind of measure we can derive of a child in terms of numeracy, the literacy, and also PSCDs, that is the socio-emotional development quotient. So these are available on the Cambridge website, and it is open for everybody. It is not only for Cambridge schools, it is open for all schools. I think there are few schools which have already kind of taken this, and also they have seen the result, which is very useful to talk to the parents and also tell that these are the areas the improvement is required. Sorry, it comes with the cost. It's not free of cost.
So what we do as we enroll the teachers for free. School's cost to enroll. If you just ask, you get a distinction, then you we sort of verified irrespective of what happens, it will get an whenever a student class is to do top the class. But how does it matter to my parents who have stopped? No matter what I have done, is irrelevant because that child has done much more. Some schools would also put it on my report card. For marks, I guess marks in class.
I can add a word. This is called childhood trauma.
I couldn't agree more with you. And because you reminded me of that,
Yes.
this entire conversation about anything is going to make us is not. This is the learner. How is it going to make it more?
Yeah, as far as the higher education institutes are concerned, every day we get a new update in terms of implementation of NEP, that you have to conduct the gender sensitization workshops, you have to celebrate some commemorate days, you have to do the career and development programs, you have to do student development programs, you have to actually train the faculty in order to cater to these challenges which the NEP is putting. So what we are actually trying to do, a 360-degree development so that the students are ready for the 21st century job challenges. So what we do is, what the curriculum is not able to give the child what we are supposed to give in the classroom. So we start with some add-on courses. We have some skill courses, we have ability enhancement courses, So SAC, WAC, and AECC, that is Ability Enhancement Certificate courses, they are in place and they are implemented now. And last week a new curriculum framework came in terms of implementation of NEP, that we are incorporating the Indian knowledge system into our system. So we are going back to roots, and I think the assessment will be 5% of the total credits which are earned by the college students. So we are actually now, putting a lot of efforts for the student to become knowledgeable in terms of different spheres, that is the multidisciplinary flavor. So that is really going to enhance his knowledge, make him more, upskilled in terms of Python, in terms of English communication, in terms of data analytics. So the courses which were not there earlier, like retail management, so we are actually, they have devised the syllabus wherein the practical orientation is at the core and not the theory. So like the agriculture farming, the organic farming, so wherein the students will be taken to the fields and experiential learning, the projects, the overall, the orientation is action-oriented, not the theory-oriented. So this is what we are actually doing into action to make NEP a reality. So theory is minimized to the minuscule level, and the practical is magnified to the maximum level. So this is the essence of the NEP, what we are following at the college level. And we are also, just 1 minute, if we are, like we have 27 languages which are offered, so if the college is not able to give that particular, like the Tamil is there, the Gujarati is there, so we have opened up the cluster colleges, and the classes will be given at the same time for all the colleges, so students can go to those cluster colleges and fulfill their needs of learning that particular language. So the efforts were very few, which I said, but there are many more.
I want to remind you, you have a flight. I'll share this one example of what we do in the school, and it will be a minute and then we'll be gone. So from grade 1 onwards, in the school that I love, we allow children to run real businesses every year. So you come to the classroom, present a business idea, almost like a Shark Tank. Once the class decides one business, school then funds that business with 20,000 rupees. But they don't have to go back home and ask their parents. Students then run this business across the year. If they make a profit, and they choose the profit and decide what they want to do with it. And give us our principal amount. If they make a loss, then they just give us a loss balance sheet and whatever money is left. We've got a very solid documentation of this entire process. Very happy sharing with whichever school wants to run a program. Thank you. So finally later on, and I'd be happy to just WhatsApp it to you or email it to you. We feel in many ways it ticks a lot of boxes for what NEP aspires for us to do. I wish we had more time, but then 2 of these panelists have flights to catch. If they don't make the flight, then there would be a burden on 3 of, and they will come back and be in a panel tomorrow morning. So that's what this thing was. Thank you very much for being a very active audience. Thank you.
Thank you, dear panelists. May I now request Chairman, Mr. Kumreya, sir, to felicitate. Thank you for an interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the last session for today. And you know what to do. I know, the claps are getting louder. You still have to listen to my vote of thanks. You can clap. That's a small one. Special clap to the moderator. No, ma'am, special clap to the panel. It was a wonderful panel discussion. May I also request Dr. McKinnon and the Pallavi principals to come forward. Dr. Leppanen to please come forward. and the Pallavi principals who are receiving a token of appreciation for adopting the Finnish model. Dr. Lebanon and the Pallavi principals, please. Sunita Rao ma'am, requesting you also to be on the stage. Sudha ma'am, Dr. Sudha ma'am, requesting you to be on the stage too. Pallavi principals, please.
First of all, I would like to Mrs. Dr. Nacharam about being the first Finland math pilot in India that started everything here. That's why we would like to give a small gift from Finland to her. Secondly, I already say big thanks to Dr. Sudha. She invited me here, and yeah, you gave me the best food today in the buffet. Thank you very much. But also thank you for inviting me, and being great to meet all of you and have all this discussion today. I also like to give you a gift from Finland. She was also one of the first one to do the pilot. Thanks for her about that as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't be. And then we want to say thanks to all of the schools, all of the group schools, who has really well used our platform and has managed really well of starting to our platform and Finland Math Concept. Especially big thanks to all the teachers, and of course the main thing and main big thanks go to all the students who are learning by using our math platform.
Congratulations, the Pallavi group of schools. Good, nice claps. Thank you, Dr. Leppinen. One of the most difficult tasks ever given to somebody is to draw the vote of thanks. And I know how people are waiting with bated breath for me to say thank you, and you can jump out of the doors. So you will have to wait for 2 seconds more while I give you the concluding remarks for the day. Let me start as I come fresh from the evaluation of the CBSE board. And I had a child whose paper I was correcting wrote a cricket match. He drew the scoreboard of both the cricketing opposing teams, drew the entire bar graph, opposed to the question that was given in the question paper, yet did a wonderful job of drawing a bar graph. I and the moderator who was sitting with me could not but give this child an effort mark that one of the panelists was talking about. Sometimes in our system, we fail to measure the effort and appreciate the effort, rather only look at the question and the answer that is bookish. To this effort that the child did, the assessment pattern gave an A. On that note, my blood group is B positive. And I started the morning on a very, very positive note, with Sudha ma'am giving me the NAP document, and I have read, not quite of it, Mr. Manoj Srivastav, but I did read a bit, and I thought I did know some things. But as the dusk settles down now, I'm leaving with quite a good amount of mixed feelings as to not able to understand as an educator, where am I, what am I doing, and where are we going? Yet, let me start with the day, the concluding remarks. The day began with a note of optimism from Ms. Namita Pradhan, Managing Committee, the chairperson of the Managing Committee of Delhi Public Schools, and she started off by saying the first sentence. She said, as the Jagat Guru envisages, let the world be one. And you come across this concept being talked about again and again and again in the conference today. We also talked about the vision to action formula. She said that vision is to see what others don't see, and action is to do what others don't do. A very simple formula for what we have to do as teachers, forgetting what the other teacher in the other classroom is, whether she's doing it or he's not doing it. As a teacher, do you do what you're supposed to do? She also concentrated on the 3 languages. I picked up those keywords and put it up as the NAP word art for you. She emphasized the 3 languages are going to stay, the vernacular is going to stay. Kudos to that, because without the mother tongue being strongly spoken about, the language of English or something else doesn't come. She also said that there should be very thin boundaries between sciences and humanities, and I like that very much. Having come from a science background, and I learned humanities later, and I enjoyed both. So there shouldn't be stricter boundaries at all. She and the others again and again praised the Indian intellectual mind. She said, we are the most intelligent race on the world. But then where are we going behind or lagging behind is yet for all of us to look at it. I then moved to the world of mathematics with Dr. Shen, and she used the word which made my favorite. She said, mathematical language. And I truly understand that when you're doing permutations and combinations, if your English is good, my math teacher used to say you can do very good in math. So somewhere is a language of math that all of us will have to train our children in understanding. It's just not numbers. There's something, some method to the madness, as Shakespeare said. She also spoke that if your early math skills are good, your later math skills are good. And I like that very much too. So tomorrow, Monday, when I go back to my schools, maybe you look at not the secondary school curriculum so much, but we look at the early childhood curriculum and ensure that there, the foundation that we are talking about, numeracy and foundation skills, become stronger and stronger. I like the word attributes that she's talked about while teaching in math. Dr. Leppinen, with his Finnish education system, he was very clear. The numbers are different, the culture is different, the demands are different, and yet, once again, he also said that the social learning atmosphere that is so very required when you're talking of learning and language is the key factor. Maybe in our schools, we increase the bell timings for the breaks a little more and let children come out of the classrooms, run in the corridors, talk to each other, and they come back to your next classroom with renewed vigor. Dr. Amita, The Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, I remember talking about Jagadguru in the morning, and again come back to the same thing, that all of us are one. The world of learning is one. There are no boundaries between countries, and her connect to the SDG goals is a learning that we can take from. Ecological literacy, learn these words. I put up all those as much as I can in that word art that I did. Ecological literacy, the language that we're talking of when we're talking of nature and an akin to nature. She also talked about laboratories of learning. I would rather say no classrooms from henceforth and use the word that. That was a lovely, lovely takeaway from her as I learned from her. We once again go back to Dr. Shen and talk about the multiple intelligence model and how she says that this old tested and tried method does still work wonders with all of us today. And this is the third time in the international conference that I once again heard Dr. Shen repeating that the Indian cognitive skill mind is a fabulous one. We go back. This national conference that we are hosting today and tomorrow is the culmination of three roles that we had. The first was a national conference, which was an inter-school. We later had the virtual conference on the webinar model, where we had all eminent speakers. And the third, today and tomorrow that we are going to do, would be more about NEP and learn more about taking the NEP from vision to action. It was like a mother when you talk about the child, and I saw Mr. Manoj Srivastava doing that. He was talking about the NEP like it was his baby. He said, listen to it, read it, use it, assimilate it, and it was a mother in its doing. I enjoyed that, Mr. Srivastava, when you're talking about it. He threw light. He called it like a Bible. He said, please read it. And he said, there's nothing challenging in the NEP if you want to try it on. And I really like that. He also spoke about the spirit of NEP. How many of us go back to the book and say, what is the actual essence of this particular document that CBSE and NCERT have put up with? Maybe it's time that we read it again and again. I conclude with what he said for his speech. He said, we fail only when we stop trying. So let's not be the cynical, negative blood groups. Sorry to use that word. Let us look at some positivity in everything that CBSE is bringing us forward and use it to learn. The post-lunch session suddenly shifted from learning and it went on to assessments. And we said, where are we going wrong with assessments? What's happening with assessments? Why are we doing assessments? So on and so forth. I have a child in my kindergarten who was asked to write the normal A to Z, A for apple, B for bat, C for cat. And she wrote the names of all her friends in the classroom with the correct alphabet. So is that assessment correct or wrong? I would give it a correct. And she also said J for Jyoti, which is my name. So I would actually give her double stars. And then she said, oh, you remember my name. So somewhere assessments need to be changed. Forget about that book, answer, question, answer. And that's where the Cambridge model, I don't want Mr. Lalit to take a pat on his back and say that is mine, but Cambridge does take an edge over CBSE in that matter. Question number 1 is competency based. So that's where maybe our assessments and the model assessments need to be slightly changed. I remember in TPS Nacharam when I was there in my senior secondary class, we were dealing with a little of syllogistic logic. I was teaching my children A is B, B is C, and therefore A is equal to C. You cut down the BBs. And I remember a child called PP, I won't give his full name. He raised his hand and then he said, ma'am, an example. And he gave me a lovely example. He said, I love my teacher, A is B. My teacher loves her daughter, B is C. And he said, take the A is equal to C conclusion. Assessment and learning in the true spirit. I can never forget PP 30 years down the line. That's my learning, happily reaching the child. I was happy with the panel discussion that took place in the afternoon. Somebody finally opened up the concept of teachers. Somebody said educators and teachers. Somebody should look at respect. Somebody look at a role. Look at teaching as a profession and not just something that you do in your pastime. And I'm happy to hear people talking about that. I am dismayed at the fact that 12% only are trained teachers in India. Chairman, sir, it's up to us and up to people like you to start off with more training institutes for teachers, as we are already talking of again and again in our schools. The second panel discussion was a very connecting one, the last one that we saw here. A lot of humor, a lot of connect that happened, and that is how I think a classroom should be. Hats off to Mr. Annab, lovely moderator, lovely moderator. You took the entire 45 minutes with aplomb. Nor was a minute that was dull. And I take a cue from him when I say that, as teachers and educators, the one factor that would make your class a little more interesting is if you can bring in storytelling and humor into your classroom, into our classrooms. Let me correct you there. I end with the DPS motto. It's just not teachers who are responsible for it. In DPS, we have this very clear thing. You say the parent, the teacher, the school, and the child at the center of the universe. This triangle is what is important, and I would not mince words when I say that sometimes these kind of discussions should be only for parents, and parents only. I conclude, last my lines. Action without a vision is only wasting time. And vision without an action is merely daydreaming. A vision and an action together is what changes the world. I request all of you panel members and the delegates who have assembled today to join us in day number 2 tomorrow at 10 a.m. for another day of enrichment, learning, and to envisage more about what NAP is all about. Thank you. Good evening. Shubhratri.